Testing. God, fucking. My sound controls are annoying. Any which way. Every on table. We on that. Here we go. But people are late. Rising. Alright. Hey all.
All three of us?
All three of us. This is the white panel. Man. What happened?
Yeah, dude, what is happening?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I thought that I had missed like some daylight savings time or something because I was like 2 minutes early and no one was here.
Yeah. Look at Lactoid. He's probably wearing his FUBU, which is why he was late.
No, he probably bought one of Kanye West's new shirts, right?
Oh, yeah, that might be it.
Yikes. Yikes.
Yeah. Oh man. What happened?
How do I sound?
Did you see what Kanye did with his store?
You sound like you got a black scent there.
A black scent? It must be. By the way, I was on time. I was in the StreamYards at exactly 7. Okay, it just took me a little bit to get to the Discord. Jeez.
Okay.
Right, but did you see what Kanye did with his store?
I did, and the thing that makes it like kind of extra funny is that he put out a Super Bowl advertisement advertising Yeezy, and then immediately after the Super Bowl advertisement, removed every item except for a Hitler shirt.
What? Really?
It was just a white shirt with a
swastika on it. Yeah, that's the only item available right now.
He paid for a Super Bowl ad, and it's super awkward because it's like he's sitting in a dentist chair or something.
He's at the dentist. Yeah.
He's at the dentist just being like, hey, check out Yeezy. You know, I made this ad. And then when you go there, there's not a single product. There's just a single white t-shirt with a black swastika on it.
What does it cost?
It's $20. Everything on his site's $20. And by the way, the product number is HH01. So the Super Bowl commercial, he was like laying back in a dentist chair and he's like, yeah, I spent all my money for the commercial on these teeth. Go to Yeezy.com. And it's like just like the ad, like it's a pretty funny kind of ad, right? And then like before the ad, there was like 50 items or something on the website, and now there's literally only one item, and it's a swastika T-shirt.
You should have went with 88.
Yeah.
But like, wow, like wow, and you know, certain people, I'm not going to say their names here, all right? They're not around to defend themselves. Certain people, spent a long time defending Kanye West. Holy shit. We had some big arguments, not on this particular channel. On another channel.
All black everything?
Yeah. We had some big arguments about Kanye West and what kind of person, his last major freak out, right?
Some of these people, are they big fans of OJ as well?
So like one of the things I think is really interesting about stuff like this is like, maybe because like as a millennial, as an older person, right? As far as like Twitch ball is considered, right? I remember a time when publicity stunts were taken for what they were, which was publicity stunts. And then like because of like the growing kind of like instability of the nature of online politics, like everybody assumes like everyone like it's very interesting. Like when a publicity stunt would occur, people would be like, this is a publicity stunt. And like now if a publicity stunt occurs, they're like, sure, but also clearly he is 100% a Nazi, and this is what it's like maybe. I mean, like I'm willing to bet that, right? But like, to me, it's just like, when did that happen, right? Like, when did we stop assuming that celebrities doing crazy shit for attention must be like an expression of their true soul, like as opposed to just celebrities are narcissistic people that create drama to give themselves money and fame.
Hold on, friend. I hear you on this, and I don't think your point is trivial, right? But like this is the question that people have been facing for a long time in the internet age, right? Like whether the person you're arguing with is sincere or not, right? In the argumentation. And when it comes to racism or support of fascism or stuff like that, right? Yes, there's a possibility that that person is just saying it to rile people up. But at some point there was no difference, right? Like in the end, you said the Nazi thing, right? Like you did the thing, and so like at some point it doesn't actually matter. But I hear you. Yes, it could just be.
I kind of agree.
Yeah.
I agree that in the end, like if you're selling the swastika T-shirts, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't want to support that. I don't want to support you. That's fucking stupid, right? But at the same time, I think there's this constant push of, you know, how do I put this? There's this constant push of like offense and like, you know, cancel culture, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? Mm-hmm. Where it seems to like it like the pendulum swing isn't always support for the thing. It often starts as like countercultural or like being edgy or like memeing to like take the power out of a thing. And then I think that like when you respond with like, so for example, right? Like I think there are a lot of like teenagers or random people on the internet, right? That are unironically white supremacists. But then there are a whole bunch of them that are ironically white supremacists. Mm-hmm. And they're doing it just because they're sick of people bitching and crying, or they're sick of like being called a racist constantly, or they're sick of like, they're just doing it for the likes and the attention and to get a rise out of somebody to troll them.
That part,
and then what ends up happening is that like the pushback and the offense becomes the uncool part. Right? Like it's like to the younger generation, it's the people being like, how fucking dare you, right? Become the like the mommy, daddy don't get it. Like the old people aren't with it. Right. And so it's almost like there's a weird effect where the offense and the overreaction normalizes the very thing that you're trying to not normalize.
No, I don't think that's what the part that normalizes. I agree with most, like 70% of what you said there. But for teenagers especially, I don't think they're like tired of the PC police. I think teenagers like want a reaction. I think they're a lot of them are tiny little trolls, and many of them grow out of it. Some people don't. Like for the rest of their lives, it's just the way they are. And they just want to make a statement and get a rise out of individuals. Okay, so but in terms of what's the other thing I was going to say? I think that I'm sorry, I'm blanking right now. Tiny trolls. Oh, sorry, I lost it. I had a response there, but I'll when I get it back, I'll let you know.
I got a friend of mine. He bought a shirt and he said he'd pay me to wear it on your panel, Prime, but I'm not going to.
Wow!
Thank you.
Wow!
That's against TOS. Like explicit.
Well, I know. I told him I'd get banned immediately, and he said, "Okay, how much?" And I said, "It's not."
Hold on. I bet there is a number.
There's a number, and there's a number he could probably meet, knowing him. But
hold on, you also hold on. What do you mean? It's not totally against TOS as long as you put the caveat you're doing branded content.
No,
I don't think the branded content is the issue when it comes to that. No.
Oh well, it's what's on the shirt.
Like it's a swastika.
It's Kanye's t-shirt. And by the way, I just checked. He pulled it from the market.
Now, is it the Hindu swastika or the Nazi swastika?
It's the Nazi swastika.
Yeah. Oh, well, I figured they would.
Yeah, and believe me, Twitch wouldn't give a fuck about that.
Before we get into any topics, I wanted to suggest this, by the way, but I couldn't find the group yet, but I'm just going to suggest it now because this is good advice for all streamers. We need to start doing this stream together shit, Bron. It boosts us up so much in the front page. Me and Lactoid have done it before, and it gave us huge numbers, and I've just tried one out with Hot and Streamy and with Modi this week, and we got to start trying to do this together. It's wonderful.
Oh, I'm going to address that in a second.
We'll talk about it later.
I'll address that.
Sorry.
Sure. Let's talk about it in a second.
It has some glitches, but it does boost your numbers.
Oh, they fixed some stuff. They got some new stuff, Lactoid. It's fantastic.
But sorry, before I forget, because I remember what I was going to say.
Sorry.
No. Oh, I'd like to engage with that, Gibbs.
Great Slipknot song, by the way.
I don't know.
Just go ahead. Go ahead, Prime. Go ahead.
So,
hardcore for me.
Yeah. You talked about how there are a portion of those individuals are serious white supremacists, right? And then the rest ironic white supremacists. And yes, I agree. But like, as Steve
and then
Bannon,
some part of them are like bots, right? Like I don't know what percentage that is, but
and some percentage are feds too.
Sure.
And feds.
Sure. As Steve Bannon has very thoroughly laid out, right? That he understands this dynamic, and he said and during the Gamergate thing, there was a lot of infiltration by these real white supremacists into these reactionary groups, right? Whether you think Gamergate was legitimate or not, right? That's not the question I'm addressing here.
Of like Nazis?
No. Yes, absolutely, right? There was the memification of racism, right? And of sexism, right? We started with sexism because that's what it's about, right? Like, they were memeing about this, right? And it was a joke. Hey, we're just joking about like how like these women need to get me my sandwiches or like whatever, right? Like, or there'll be consequences,
right.
You know. But I'm just memeing. And they kept memeing, right, and bringing them into these circles. Like, well, you got to discuss these things? Yeah, come discuss it. Come discuss it. Well, if that's on our Discord or whatever, right? Isn't it really funny? We're just testing a thing about memes. And they kept memeing until one person's like, oh, maybe I'm not joking. You know? Like, maybe we're serious, right? And then they test your reaction, right? Like, that's
I think that does happen. I would push back a little bit on like that being like significant during Gamergate, mostly because a lot of that stuff was happening on 8chan after they went away from 4chan, because 4chan was like, the politics people didn't like the Gamergate stuff because it was about, you know, video games and shit, right? And the gaming people didn't like it because it was about politics. So a lot of Gamergate like message boards and shit happened on 8chan, and it's so anonymous that like, and we know for sure that there were comments and death threats and things that like journalists themselves would write and then would put in their article that like, look at what's happening on 8chan, because why wouldn't they? Because there was, so like, I don't know what degree, like I agree that there are white supremacists out there that are looking to get involved in literally any online community where they won't be immediately ejected and find converts. But to what degree that had any level of success, or to what degree it was real, most like I just like I don't remember that being a big part of what was going on at all. And I'm sure it was there, but like I'm also sure a lot of that was made up bullshit.
My point is not to say that this is all of Gamergate. Again, like my point isn't to address.
Yeah, that's why I said I pushed back a little bit, and I said in the beginning that process does occur.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think this was just the testing ground. Like, Steve Bannon looked at this as a reactionary force, right? And it was an opening for his ideology, and he tested this out here. But this wasn't where it ended, and this has happened in all across the internet. That when we're seeing this backlash, right? Like, yeah, we'll just start memeing about it, right? And everyone, hey, don't worry, it's just a joke. Why are you taking it seriously, right? When I put like this meme, you know, with like involving the Star of David, right? You know, and I plastered on some people's faces, right? It's just a joke, right? And I put like the Pepe frog next to it, like I'm just joking, right? And they're just constantly joking until there's enough of them, and then like, okay, well, maybe we are a little serious. And, you know, maybe actually the Jews, like they are kind of like greedy, you know, right? Like, I mean, I was just joking before.
Well, it's like,
I mean, there's examples of them being like really greedy, right?
Well, you don't even have to make it controversial about white supremacists. Like, this is just the nature of social media in the modern age, a little bit, anyways, right? Like, let's look at something like furries, for example, right? Like, separating politics out of it, right? If you were a furry in the 1990s, you had to be real fucking dedicated, and you had to go to a convention, right? And then like, even then the conventions, like, you know, eventually got shut down because those people were such degenerate freaks that they couldn't stop leaving full diapers of shit in hotel lobbies at the last fucking major convention they did, right? But like, society ostracized that which was not normal, right? There's a socialization process that occurs in human society where, you know, you kind of say things and you test the waters, and then people eventually go like, oh, don't say that. And then you're like, oh, I'm gonna keep that part to myself, right? And then with the advent of like message boards and forums and chat rooms, and then MySpace, and then social media and groups, and isolated things like Discord, etc. Right? Every ideology, every idea now has, no matter what percentage it is of the overall kind of like group of people within your community or within your country or whatever, there's a place for you. And so long as you all speak the same language, in this example, we'll just say English, right? There's a place that is called the internet that most people that speak English and have internet access are on. And so no matter how small your community is, you can find that group in some place, and then you can work towards proselytizing people outside of that group and trying to bring them into your group that might not have been, like they were more in a gray area, right? Where they wouldn't probably, in the 1990s wouldn't have been put in that position. So furry might be one example, but with white supremacists, right? Like I'm sure there were a lot of people in the 1990s that had some racial beliefs, but never would have been a KKK member, right? But in this new day and age, they have some racial beliefs, they get some pushback, and then you can grab those people and bring them into your community easier, because the barrier to entry is a whole lot different going into some friend's Discord server than it is, donning a fucking white robe and hat and going to the KKK rally. So I mean, like I agree with what you're saying to a certain degree. Mm-hmm. I just think that like we have to be careful, kind of like that South Park episode, right? Where like the kids were all into Pokemon, and like the Japanese government was using it to start like a Pearl Harbor 2.0, and they were like getting everyone involved in Pokemon, and like the parents wanted to stop it. And so how did the parents stop it? Is that they all started talking to their kids about how awesome Pokemon was. And then all of a sudden they were like, this is not fucking cool. I'm not saying you do that with racism, right? But I am saying that like, you have to be careful not to like have this over offended kind of like knee jerk reaction to like memes and things, even if they are offensive.
Yeah.
Because that over the top reaction can make it cool.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but like then it said, then the question is, what is the response? I think right then the response is to mock it, right? On the note that you were trying to draw, right? The line you were trying to draw in terms of like the South Park episode, right? Like the point was to make it uncool. I think that the best responses to these types of things is like pure mockery. You point out what's happening here, right? And then like literally laugh at the individuals involved.
That will never work. And I'll tell you why it'll never work.
Okay.
Because when you engage in mockery, the in-group will see your mockery, and it will be unaffected by your mockery. And the reason the in-group will be unaffected.
I'm not concerned about that.
Right, but that is who we're concerned about to a certain degree, right? Like the racists in the in-group, right? Like maybe if you're trying to prevent new people from entering,
yeah,
that can work. And I don't disagree that can work. But what works way better than mockery is to not give them the reaction that they want. Because when you engage in the mockery, you're and the back and forth feud with the white supremacists, where you're trying to make fun of them, you very often are going to look like the uncool person, because they're the memers, they're the trolls.
Well,
you're trying to beat them at their own game, right? Like you're trying to go down to their game of trolling and be like better at it, and it doesn't work.
There's a wise expression of
right.
debate.
I'm not saying you're trolling. Like, I'm saying that you're.
I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but like I did debate in high school, right? That was pretty fucking good. And when I was a freshman, I went up against a former state champion and I beat him. And the coach came out afterwards. She goes, "I've never seen anything like that," but he proved an expression. And I was like, "What was that?" She's like, "Never bring a smart person down to an idiot's level and then have them argue, because the idiot's going to beat him with experience." And that's really the same thing that applies here. Like, you're going down the path of these people. Their goal is to get just reaction. Any reaction they get at you is a win, because it just like spreads the message.
No. Hold on. But I have a problem with this, right? Well, my big problem is this, is that there actually does need to be some sort of reaction. Because the other path here, unless you guys have something else for me here, right? Like, the other path is no reaction. We won't see anything about this. That just gives them free reign to simply spread their message with no pushback.
No, you got to compromise it too, right? Like okay. you don't give no reaction. What I mean is that like
and then block
you give them like when you see a white supremacist like say some crazy white supremacy shit on like Twitter or something, right? Mm-hmm. Like you don't want to go into the comments and then be arguing with them and like being like you're so fucking stupid. Yeah. What you want to do is you want to comment once or you want to quote tweet it once, right? And be like and make fun of them in some way, point out the error of like something that they're saying and why it's stupid, and then be like, this is why these people are fucking retards. And then when they go back and forth with you, just be like, you just respond with like apathy in the way that you make fun of them. Like that fucking gif from like the 90s show where like the kid says like very cool. Yeah. And he's like got the thumbs up. Like when they try to respond back, you just give them that again. And like you give them apathy and you make fun of them a little bit. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to show that you're actually mad. You don't want to show that you're actually offended. I do agree with you that like making fun of them can work, but it's a like you're balancing on like a thin line where it goes from making fun of them before you becoming the butt of the joke and not realizing it.
If that's your pushback, then I think we're actually in perfect alignment. I think that like there's a point where the mockery is just a back and forth argument with these people that they want to engage you in, right? Like I get that. I think you kind of have to like make your statement, hey, this is ridiculous in some witty way, right? And then move on, right? Rather than like ending up boosting them in the algorithm, with this engagement. So yeah, I think we're in agreement.
Well, I want to say one thing with this, and maybe like this could actually be a whole panel in of itself, right? I think the fact I've done it before is they have like when we talk about this, I always say that like the rise of streaming and like really social media in general, like Fabian kind of talked about this. He's like, before furries, no way to contact each other. Now they can get in a group and they can like apostolize outwards kind of thing. Like, so whenever we're sitting here, I mean, it's a good example, right? And I'll use this with like streamers, right? I go to Twitch cons. I try to do a lot of streamer events. I do like dream hacks. I like go to Comic Cons. And what's interesting to me is the people that might have like social, like not social cues, like they're not very good socially
awkward,
can develop. Yeah, socially awkward. They might actually have like some kind of mental social problem. Like I use my ex-wife, right, as an example. It's not a bachelor. She was always like almost cool growing up, right? She would like her timing would be off a little bit on a joke, and like people would be like, "Oh, that would have been funny if it was like 30 seconds ago," or like kind of like that. And like she was fine once she got to know you, but in like new group settings that would happen, right? Same thing with like this. I go to these Twitch like events, and behind the scenes, I see people, and I'm like, "Oh, this guy's gonna go down." And people are like, "How do you know?" And I'm like, "Well, because he's not socially appropriate, right? He's like maybe he's not done anything yet, but he's gonna get tripped up and get caught because of something when he like eventually, right?" Like you can tell these people all the time because when I go, you see the ones that are more socially aware. They eventually become the big time. There are some exceptions, but then it's also like, I don't know, it's a blessing and a curse because you can also have the bad actors that like actively take advantage of this. And it's like, I don't want to platform them because then you get more message out there. You do have to make a response and disavow, but in some ways, the best way is to like ignore them and block them because then the algorithms on all these sites don't promote them anymore. Like it's kind of like a hybrid approach.
Yeah. I mean, like there are some people who are literally just too small to respond to, right? Like if someone yeah, right. Like they'd make a random comment on, let's say if we're just using Twitter for now, like a tweet, right? They talk about like, you're a Jew, right? That's a response to whatever you just posted. You're a secret Jew or something like that, right? Yeah, that person's not worth responding to.
I wish I was just a little bit blacker so that I would stop getting that. So if I was just a little bit darker, you know what I mean? Like I would stop getting. Like I'm thinking about getting some sun, and just so that people.
Are you Jewish at all, Scott?
I'm literally everything but. I'm just a good old American mutt. I was surprised when I got my my results. I was like, I'm not Jewish. Like with this fucking nose. Like no, all right.
He's a fan of you.
But
I'm just saying, I'm just being real.
I think there's a lot of agreement here. I think we're using different words, but I think there's a lot of agreement here. But yeah, and in case for the ones who arrived a little bit later, you didn't know, the thing that we were originally responding to
We're just talking about Jews.
Just talking about the Jews.
We're talking about
You know how we do. Right?
We're talking about Kanye.
Anyway,
Get that report button ready.
Yeah.
My boy went nuts and got all the advertisement he was looking for his next little project and album. You know, got a little, you know, name.
I missed this. I have to like find it later. I missed this ad. I didn't see it at all.
Wait. He didn't have an ad. This is just what Kanye does. Oh,
they told me.
Oh,
He had a Super Bowl ad.
Kanye had a Super Bowl ad. I didn't watch
for a
the
Super Bowl ad with him in a dentist chair, and then told them to go to his site, and then his site for the Yeezys, where he deleted everything except for a white T-shirt with a black swastika on it.
Oh, interesting. I didn't watch Super Bowl, so I didn't see the ads. But yeah, I mean, this is what Kanye does every so often. You know, when he has some merch he needs to sell or an album he needs to get off, he says some ridiculous, crazy
it's publicity
shit.
stuff.
Or it was what we call a psychotic break, because following this was spam posting pornography, which got him banned off Twitter.
Well, I don't think I thought he deleted his Twitter before they banned him.
Either he deleted it or he got suspended or something, because he was just spamming porn. Like you just scroll and it was just porn and porn.
Like a couple minutes before he was suspended and or deleted, he like put out like a goodbye message on Twitter. So like it seems like he deleted it.
Yeah, and I think the porn response was to his wife,
or his PR guy fucking put that out.
Yeah, the him posting about the porn was in response to like everyone kind of getting at him for his wife, because he tried to like defend that a little bit too when he took his wife to the Grammys naked. So like people were like, "Oh, how are you doing?"
Dude, she had on clothes, brother. What are you talking about?
Clothes.
Yeah, well, she did have she did have a sheer. I don't know. What do you call that? Like, she had an invisibility.
You call that a bodysuit?
She had an invisibility cloak on.
She had on a bodysuit.
Full body pantyhose.
It's a fucking bodysuit. All right, like just go to any sex shop, they sell them. It's like that's what it is. It's a bodysuit.
I don't go to sex shops, so I wouldn't.
Of course you don't like to. Oh my god, you're so boring.
But yeah, so I don't think this is like, I don't think he's crazy. I think he just kind of does whatever the fuck he wants. I think he is like he's probably a bit like, you know,
no, he's crazy.
Racist. No, I don't think so. I think he's just a bit anti-Semitic. I mean, that doesn't mean crazy.
If he wasn't a multi-millionaire, right? Like everyone would agree he's crazy. But there's a certain level of wealth where we just start being like,
I don't know why.
If he wasn't a multi-millionaire rapper, him going off like this would look weird. But like the situation that he's in, it's like I get that I understand the anti-Semitism and the going off. Like I get where. Like it's not right, it's not good, but I just don't think it's crazy.
I don't understand why
it's coming from
he's kind of like that. He's kind of that line of like, hold on. He's kind of that line of crazy and genius. Do you remember last year's Super Bowl ad where where he spent the $7 million on the ad and then he filmed it on his camera? He's like, we got some shoes, whatever, and then it was like what? 30 million in profits. Like no, it was 30 million total sales. So what is that? 23 million in profits. Like that's genius. Yeah, like nobody would have thought that would have worked. But it's also he does some crazy shit too.
I don't know why it's not both. I don't know why we're like having both.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. He's yes, Kanye.
We agree, Brian.
I think a lot of like in terms of racist white supremacists are mentally ill, right? I think a lot of them, not all. Some of them are perfectly sane while they're doing it. But like, I think this is a place that these individuals, the paranoid ones, right? They fit right in, right? Like conspiracies about these other people trying to get you. Yeah, this is an easy home for them to inhabit. So yeah, there's no reason to say that he's absolutely not both, right? That this is a cry for help, a cry for attention, and he's saying what's on his mind. Because especially, I think this isn't new, right? This didn't just start last year or whenever the Alex Jones moment was, right? This was years ago. There were like employees coming out talking about him, saying, "Hey, I'm really a big fan of Hitler," right? Like talking about Hitler. Like, yeah, Hitler was right about these things. A lot of interviews. Like, yeah, this was a long. When
he was saying slavery was a choice, there was a whole. He's been doing crazy
for a long time.
It's been going crazier and crazier. And you know, ever since slavery was a choice,
mom died. I think that's when all of it kind of started.
Wait, why do you guys think any of this is crazy? Like,
not really.
Well, hold on.
Oh, really?
I just want to say, like,
no, hold on. I'm serious.
No, it's not crazy.
Crazy.
No, I get what the problem.
Hold on.
It's anti-Semitic, but it's not crazy.
hold on. Let's just build this bridge.
Well,
real
I can
quick.
tell you why I
Racist,
think he's
crazy lactoid?
Hold on.
That's what
Hush.
Luke said.
Sometimes.
No.
Crazy.
Are racist?
Hush.
Kanye
Shut-
is.
Oh my God. No. Listen. Crazy is a pejorative. It's just like the word fat. There's no definition for crazy that everyone is going to agree on, just like there's no definition for fat that everyone's going to
Okay, but I think when people
We
hear
recognize-
crazy, they mean that they
Wait,
believe he has some kind of
Wait,
mental
hold on.
illness.
We recognize that when we say someone is fat, right? That what we actually mean is this person is unattractive to me and they are some level of overweight. Right, but to some people,
the
somebody
narrative
that is
with
fat,
Kanye,
I know
he's
some
actually crazy. Like he has a mental illness. He's off his medication.
Yeah, what
That's the
if
narrative of Kanye.
someone's fat and attractive?
right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying is that like
The
because
proportions
it's
the
a
proper way?
pejorative, it's subjective, right? So when someone is
No.
attractive and they're overweight, to some people they're going to say that person's fat, and to
You're
other people
thinking
they're
your
not going
way.
to say that they're
You're
fat.
thinking too much on this
Yeah.
one. Crazy is trying to imply or paint a narrative that the dude is out of his mind, can't think for himself.
You're not
whatever
thinking
it may
enough.
be.
Fat also implies overweight, right? But to some people, someone can be fat, and to other people they might not be fat
when
because
people
they're
say
attractive. Same
Kanye's
thing is true with
crazy, they literally mean he's off his medication and he's fucking crazy. Like it's not just an insult.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is that when someone says he's crazy, there is, and other people disagree, right? There is an understanding that crazy, just like fat means overweight, crazy means that there is some mental instability here, right? I agree with you that when people say he's crazy, that they're stating some level of mental instability. What I'm saying is what defines crazy is subjective. And that's what happens with pejoratives, is that some people go, no, he's not crazy. Some people go, well, he is crazy. And it's the same thing as when a plus size model that looks sexy, and some people are like, that person's
Yeah, that's fine.
fat.
So why don't we just get
And then other
Prime
people
to,
are like, what are you talking
explain
about?
what he means by crazy? So when Prime or Lax would say he's crazy, what do you guys mean?
I think he has some mental illness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go back.
So it's not all that.
Should he be under a conservatorship?
No, I don't think it's
Because that's usually what people go from with especially with these types of people. They go right from crazy to
That's not usually,
conservatorship.
nobody is
I
saying every
I
person
think
that
that
is
they're-
crazy should be on a conservatorship.
Should he be on meds?
I think. I mean, maybe. I
Is
think
what does the medication do? Make him less anti-Semitic?
Look, maybe.
Where's the
When he goes crazy
anti-racist
about it, he
medication?
goes
Where's the
bad.
anti-racist
Well,
medication?
I'm not. I can't like give this person a formal diagnosis on what medicine to take. All I can say is that like based on his behavior, there appears to be a couple of screws loose. If I'm on the bus and there's somebody like shaking, yelling about how they're Jesus, like I'm not an expert, but there's something wrong with this guy.
That's horrible
okay?
context.
There's something wrong with this guy.
I can't believe you all the
I
time.
don't Kanye West. Like I don't know exactly what to give him to fix him, but there's some issues there.
There's
Hold
been
on,
a long
beef.
beef.
Am I crazy?
But there's been a long-term beef between the rappers and Jewish managers and whatever it may be. Like this isn't like an out of context like rant. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's good, but like he didn't do anything mentally ill. He went off on a racist rant.
Ali, I'm leaving aside. I understand what you're saying, that there's like some people who've like deluded themselves into thinking like weird shit. Like Terrence Howard is like 2 + 2 actually equals 5, like unhinged stuff.
Yeah.
But like when he's going through, I think he's like completely deluded. But he's not like crazy in the way that Kanye is crazy. And the Kanye is crazy in the sense of like he's incredibly unpredictable. He seems to go from like he flips moods incredibly quickly. Even like when like on interviews, he'll be like having one mood like 1 second, laughing and smiling, and then all of a sudden like incredibly pissed off. He'll jump up, like stand up and walk off interviews. I think he walked off Tim Pool just like out of nowhere.
He's a narcissist.
Well, no, it's because his emotions.
Narcissism would be a mental illness.
Well, yeah,
well,
first of all, it would
everything's
be.
a mental illness.
But no,
we're gonna do like ego
PD
checks,
is.
you know?
But I think it's something beyond that. Like he's like the guy clearly has like emotional dysregulation. That seems to be like
am I crazy?
consistent issues.
I call him to be a golden god and a prophet all the time. Am I insane?
We've called you
Well, no,
crazy
you can
all
follow
the
a
time.
crazy person and not be crazy. But
Yeah.
I think he suffers from severe emotional dysregulation.
So
like MAGA is crazy, right?
So looking at it from the perspective of someone like actually like I've actually researched a lot of like mental instability. I've taken multiple psychopathology classes, right? Like what defines
and been the subject of
mental
many
illness?
studies. Go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
I wish I probably would have made more money. No. So like the thing is that like when we talk about mental illness, right? It's not the same thing as like when you tear your ACL, right? Like we can look at that in in an X-ray machine, and we can, we can cut you open. We can look at we can see things and prove with our own eyes, right? And it's not until very recently that functional magnetic resonance imaging has been able to showcase, abnormal brain patterns, like in a way that we can see them. And even still, that becomes difficult to define as a mental illness, because we're still just showing that this person or this brain wave or, this usage of the brain or, the way that this brain responds to certain stimuli is abnormal, right? So when we're talking about mental illness in psychology, like what we're talking about is kind of a couple of things. We're talking about like, is this person's cognition or ability to think impaired, right? So are they capable when this disorder occurs, etc. Like especially when you're talking about like bipolar disorder, or you're talking about like manic depressive disorder, or when they're having a major depressive episode, whatever it is, right? Like, is their cognition, is their ability to think at the same level as it normally is for them, or compared to other people that do not have whatever this brain disorder is that we may have identified. The other thing we're looking at is, are they capable of regulating their emotions, right? Can they calm down in an instant? Can they stop themselves from having an emotional reaction if they so choose, or are they kind of off the rails and incapable of doing it? And that's the same thing is going to be true looking at it from like a cognitive behavioral therapy perspective, right? Are they capable of regulating their behavior? And so the last element that makes it, these are the things that are occurring. And the last and most controversial kind of thing here that comes to play when we're talking about famous wealthy people is this causing significant distress, or is this causing significant disability to function in a certain way? And so this is where the line sometimes gets gray when we're talking about famous people with tons of wealth, is, this behavior that's erratic, that may be having difficulty with their emotions, maybe having some impact on their cognition. If it's working for them, right? If it's making them money, well, that's kind of like some piece of evidence that it's actually not a mental illness, because in the context of the situation, it's doing positive things for them. But the problem is that we only see celebrities based upon their public persona and based upon their net worth. We don't see the day-to-day interactions like a therapist would, of like their interpersonal relationships, the way that they feel about certain things, etc. And so like that's kind of the markers of like mental illness here, in the best way that we can look at it.
I have maybe a slight pushback. Maybe it's more significant. I'm not sure. Well, two things. One, for Terrence Howard, it wasn't that 2 + 2 = like whatever. No, it was 1 × 1 = 2.
1 × 1 = 2. That's what it was. Yeah. I heard his whole explanation.
Which
and then
by
I heard
the way,
Neil deGrasse Tyson just crush it. And then he goes back and he's like, no, Neil never listened to me.
1 by 1. You multiplication it has to go up. You can't go down.
Well, I'm not an expert in teriology.
You cannot do anything.
And by the way, he literally calls it teriology.
Is 10 × 1 11? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
10 × 1 is 1.
No, because like you're devaluing the number 2, right? If 1 × 1 does not equal 2, if it only equals 1, then it devalues the number 2. And that means
I can't even explain it. I don't know.
I gave like a whole framework for us. I love how I gave us like a whole framework to actually understand mental disabilities, and then we just immediately went on to retard math.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
this guy's famous though, and he's had like numerous interactions with Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's like they've had back and forths about how
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan was like, normally Joe Rogan will like get behind whatever guest says, but even Joe Rogan's like,
even Joe Rogan's like, this is fucking all right. I'm bringing on Brett Weinstein to like sift through this retard shit.
So
but is he crazy, or is he just rich and bored? Right, like he's rich, he's bored, he's having crazy, like he's having like
Howard is delusional. I think he's like smells his own farts way too long. But again, he's emotionally regulated in a way much better than like Kanye West.
I would agree. And I think the narcissism is definitely up there with them. Like with him being like this genius, right? This special type of genius, and you guys just can't recognize it. But look, he's got these patents that have nothing to do with anything. So
he has drones.
Yeah. I mean, Hollywood celebrities are going to tend towards narcissism more than probably any other demographic group that you could select for, right? Because politicians, yes, if you're talking about famous politicians, but like if you're talking about like, you know, like, because you got to think when you think politician, you're talking about like school board people,
that's fair,
people in state legislator. Like, I agree with you if we're talking about like people that run for president or people that run for Senate. Yeah, that would also be another group of people that are like highly selected for narcissism.
So to my response to you earlier, you talked about how, okay, you have a brain that has an altered response, right? But you have to look at it within context. And then you talk about like, well, this individual is like making money, right? Right. And but I don't think money was your focus. I think the focus is like there's positive outcomes from like whatever it is that they're doing, right?
Right.
I don't think that alone. Well, you weren't saying this alone, but I push back on saying that tells us that this brain isn't mentally ill.
Well, I said I made the exact opposite argument.
Okay.
My argument was when we perceive celebrities, we don't see their interpersonal relationships. The only thing we see is their net worth, and we see their fame and their antics that they put forward publicly. And so we often confuse something working out for them financially or something working out for them in gaining fame as a measure of success, as some form of evidence that the mental instability is actually not harmful to them. But we don't see the behind the scenes things that family, friends, or a psychotherapist would see.
Okay, then you would agree with me. If that's the case, then I misunderstood you. But then you would agree with me that like if like the CEO class, we did actually have a discussion about this previously, but let's just pretend, right? Let's just go with me that the CEO class like tends to be like psychopaths, right? Who don't have a human emotional responses, like don't care for others, right?
I disagree with that. The research doesn't support that either.
I know you disagree because remember we had the previous conversation, but like if it was the case that these people were psychopaths, that just because they are successful, right, and lauded by society, doesn't mean that they aren't mentally ill.
Well, for sure, but it would be evidence that they aren't, right? If someone is a CEO, right, that is evidence that their ability to match their behavior and their goals via their actions is working really well because they're at the top echelons of society. This is why CEOs aren't right. This is why CEOs aren't typically actually psychopaths. Now, do they trait higher than the sociopath, psychopath? Well, we're talking about domains of like antisocial personality disorder.
Well, okay, but my question is, like a social person to be
CEO, right? No, but see, here's the thing: is that here's the difference. The research does show that CEOs tend to score higher on dark triad traits, right?
Yeah.
So it's not the same thing as being psychopaths, but it is the same thing as being psychopathic, right? They do tend to be more Machiavellian, right? And
then I was using the wrong terminology then. Whatever, right? I hear you. I hear what you're trying to say. But
there's a huge difference between psychopathic and psychopath and being a psychopath.
Okay.
Just like there's a huge difference between capitalism and capitalistic, right?
I admit my ignorance, and I hear you, right? If you're telling me there's a difference between these two, and that dark triad like is a better fit for the thing that I'm reaching for here, then fine, whatever.
Dark triad is like metrics we often use to see if we might look into someone for being a psychopath, right? But genuine psychopaths, they can't function well because they burn bridges, they cause problems, like they don't do well in a business.
Okay, sure. Then I'll take your distinction and I'll leave it at face value. My point is that just because they are successful in society doesn't tell me that anything about whether they are mentally ill or not. It could be that society has structures, institutions that are like anti-human, that like just happen to be set up in such a way.
It's evidence. It's just not proof.
Okay, I think society could have structures that benefit this type of behavior, right? That like a person who doesn't care about who they step on, right, will tear other people down to advance themselves, right, and then get a lot of positive reinforcements that they thrive in this particular environment that we've created, not and that the environment maybe should be looked at, but also this other individual person. Okay, yeah, sure, maybe not proof.
No, I disagree, and the reason I disagree is like, again, it's why it's such a important distinction between like psychopathic and psychopath, right? Mm-hmm. Your argument is, well, maybe there are some things about our system that rewards behavior that isn't necessarily like pro-social behavior, right?
Yeah.
Like we have some form of our economy or institutions that rewards antisocial behavior, right? Mm-hmm. And when I use pro-social, antisocial specifically because we're talking about psychopathy under antisocial personality disorder, this kind of things we're talking about here, right? And I agree with it to a certain degree that like certain places can reward behavior that isn't generally pro-social. So for example, lawyers, right? Lawyers tend to be extremely to an extreme degree, they tend to be extremely argumentative, or you could say like personality
terrible
trait.
People, by and large.
Right, but that alone, that's a domain of a niche in the economy. So it is pro-social in their context, right? But it as an you would not want everyone in the world to be as argumentative as a lawyer is. Like that would be a horrible fucking world to live in.
We get nothing done,
right?
You would never want to date a lawyer.
Right?
They're awful people to be around.
But when we're talking about specific domains of personality, there are going to be jobs that target for specific personality types that thrive and succeed within that specific domain. And you could say that maybe that's a problem, whatever, but there will be, like, because people are different and because people have different values, some area of a market economy is going to value things, right, that wouldn't necessarily be valuable across the whole domain of society, but are going to be valuable to them. And in this instance, are, lawyers being argumentative or being what is it?
Heavy drinkers?
What is the personality trait? No, it's not. It's not conscientiousness. It's not openness. It's not
neuroticism.
Evil.
Neuroticism. It would be openness, right? Like it would be a lack
Satan
of openness,
incarnate.
Right? But you have to be extroverted. You have to be very extroverted to be a lawyer, right? If you're going to argue cases. I don't mean like all lawyers, because some lawyers are just like sitting behind a desk, doing shit like that. But if you're arguing cases regularly, if you're a courtroom lawyer, right, you have to be extroverted. But you don't want a society full of nothing but extroverts. You need some people that are quiet, etc. So there's a huge difference between someone having some traits that are not necessarily good for all of society, being selected for and being successful in a certain role. That's actually evidence that they are mentally well, but that they have a certain domain that is bad. What we're talking about is the difference here is if you actually have a mental disorder, right? That's going to be bad no matter what domain you're in. Like if you're a lawyer and you have depression, that's going to negatively impact your ability to be a successful lawyer. If you're a lawyer and you're a narcissist, like a genuine narcissist,
have you met
that's
lawyers?
Going to negatively impact it.
Well, they're all depressed alcoholics on fucking cocaine. Like I don't know that. Like that.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I mean, there might be some exceptions, like honorable lactoid up here, but listen, all the lawyers I've ever known are the biggest degenerate pieces of shit in the world. So I don't know about that. I don't know.
The field controls for the field controls for assholes.
Even if that were true, it's not. But even if that were true, we're talking about the difference between whether or not someone has a mental disorder. Being a degenerate cokehead isn't necessarily a mental disorder.
I think every lawyer.
I'm glad that we can agree on that. That's what I wanted from Scott right there, was that concession, and I got it.
So
name me one good lawyer, any of you.
Well, whatever. I wanted your backing on that.
You can't do it. It's impossible. I like my man Pisco. And I like my friend Lactoid. I like you both. I think you're both good people.
I have a family lawyer, and he's a great lawyer, but he also smoked crack to get through law school.
I think you're.
I would never. Unlike other internet lawyer, one specific internet lawyer that kind of got famous for this, I don't touch cocaine. All right, so.
Okay, fair enough.
Well,
not a good thing. Not a good thing to get into.
A lot more than cocaine.
Not a good thing to get into.
I
women in the house, alcohol, letting his kids around things.
So Scott, and we don't have to like go any further down because we're about to run into a wall right here. Okay.
Yeah, it distracts from the panel, but I don't mind talking about my area of expertise.
No. What I'm saying here,
we have no doubt that you like to talk about your area of expertise.
My next statement. My next statement takes us to our usual barrier, right? The usual thing that separates us. And I'm like, there's no point like going and exploring this. We can just like leave it here. So I hear you. I think most of what you said was true, right? Your previous statement just now, I agree with almost all of that. Specifically talking about corporations, right? And reaching to the top. Yes, our society finds it valuable in general. At least that's been our statement. That's been how we've reacted. Hey, you clawed your way to the top, destroying everyone else in your way, right? And you're here through your dark triad means, and let's like toss a bunch of money at you. But I don't think that is necessarily the best person, right? Now, this person actually might make the most money because they don't give a fuck, right? Because they can have an eye for profits above everything else. But I would say that like the search for profits is not inherently good, right? And that like it would be better for society writ large if these people were replaced with other individuals who didn't have that.
Yeah, let me throw the olive branch here, right? Like so that's fine, right? I actually don't necessarily deeply disagree with you there, right? What you do need to recognize, right, is that these people, no matter how you structure society, will exist. And so they will go to areas that, because like their personality trait isn't get money. Their personality trait is I'm highly competitive and I'm highly quid pro quo Machiavellian. And so like, let's say we had a society where billionaires weren't legally allowed to be, right? They might work in a non-profit organization, right? And they might you might utilize that towards what you think is the greater good, right? But that person will still be utilized in some way, will find a place in some way, so long as they have the liberty to do so, to go towards some place that is where they're going to be successful at being highly competitive and highly quid pro quo and like less concerned about like empathy or openness and more concerned about getting the job done, beating everybody at the job, and like trading whatever favors so that I can get there, right? And you might even harness that towards a societal good in your like in whatever world that you want to set up or whatever legal system you want to set up. But these people exist because that's a place for them to thrive. It's not that they're like psychopaths and that like our society gives psychopaths a place to thrive.
Well, I mean, like maybe the military.
This is
I don't know. Like, but,
well, no, psychopaths do terrible in the military.
Okay, I'll leave Mitchell. I'll leave.
They get mental disorders and all kinds of things very quickly.
So what if Kanye isn't crazy? He's just thriving in the place that he knows how to thrive, and it works.
I would also push back slightly against like you said, like depressives, right? Like they don't really have a place. Like they can't thrive because they have some sort of ailment that doesn't really jive with the economy. Well, I think like they do. I mean, like I think we've seen many unfortunately many depressives thrive, like in the arts, right? Like in terms of actors, in terms of songwriters, and artists. That like a lot of these people,
who's not
end their life.
Depressives.
Yeah, you said depressives. You used that example previously. You said like,
yeah, they survive in spite of it. right? Like they're not doing well because of it. Like,
no,
like, I agree with you that
it could, like, like I'm saying, like their pain, channeling that into an art form that like other people can respond to, like that can make them thrive. Like we talk about the comedians, right? A lot of the comedians have had horrible traumas.
This is another example of like the Kanye situation, right? Where it's like you're looking on the outside at like what art they produced and then going, well, because they've produced great art and because that great art came from a place of pain, then this is some measure of success as to what that pain was able to bring about for that brought joy and great things to the world. But it doesn't change it from being a mental disorder. It doesn't mean that they had all these other problems, right?
I'm not doing that.
Like, let's look at someone like Edgar Allan Poe, right? Edgar Allan Poe has written some of the greatest poems and has been a great author to a lot of people, but his life's trash, right?
That's not what I'm saying, right? All I'm saying, like, it sounded like,
or was,
and maybe I got your argument wrong, but it sounded like you were saying that, like, you were contrasting, like two very, very broad categories of mental, misalignment, let's call it, right? And that one is like, and this would be like the dark triad individuals, like Rising to CEO, like they'll find a place, right? They have the ability to slot into the economy some place, right? And it sounded like you were comparing that to another group, right? That like the real mental illness, maybe you wouldn't use those words, but like the real mental illness in which these individuals can't do that in the same way. And I'm saying they actually do find their places, even though they might be worse off. Maybe you and I could agree they might be worse off, but no,
that's not my argument. My argument is that the assumption that a majority of people in a specific domain that have risen to the top in a highly competitive industry are psychopaths or something is just false because it harms them. That doesn't mean that there aren't some psychopaths that are CEOs, right? And so when we look at, let's say, something like artistry, right? Great art tends to come from pain. In a way, it's almost, it's not necessarily a requirement, right? But often, the artist is presenting the world from a new lens, right? And they're doing so in a symbolic way where it's difficult to communicate through like narrative, right? We need pictures or statues or a story in some way, right? Where their creativity is telling something that's even truer than truth, right? Like it's a meta truth when you talk about great literature, for example, etc. Right? Like I agree that what I'm saying is that certain negative traits we might consider negative throughout all of society, but our personality traits that aren't necessarily mental disorders, right? Society finds a way to slot those people in, and or those people find a place where they succeed, and they gravitate towards places that they succeed with those traits. But when you're talking about mental disorders, especially in highly competitive industries, right? If they succeed in them, which they can, it is in spite of their mental disorder, not because of their mental disorder.
All right, I'll move on from this. I actually have a random question from our friend Lactoid, to our friend Lactoid. I just saw this last night. So Lactoid, like, you are required as a lawyer. So, like, let's say Scott's your client, right? Yes. If Scott says, tomorrow's the day I'll finally cleanse the world of socialists, right?
That starts like buying ammunition and shit.
Yeah, that you're required to report that to the authorities, correct?
I know for a fact I can. I don't know if I'm required.
You're not required.
I would. I know for a fact I can. The iffy part comes when it's like the crime's already been committed and I'm representing him.
Mm-hmm.
That's when shit gets a little bit difficult, right? Because now I have an obligation to not get him in legal trouble, right? But there is an exemption when the crime has not yet been completed yet. So I forget off the top of my head about whether or not it's required or whether or not I just can. Okay. I know for sure it's one of those two. I'm pretty sure it's that I can. and that I would too if I found out somebody was planning a murder.
That's
mandated reporting is different for lawyers than it is for like teachers and psychotherapists and stuff.
Interesting. All right, I didn't expect that.
I can just Google it. I'll find out for you in a second. I mean, for me, it's never really been something that I've been like bothered to memorize because I would report it either way.
Yeah, fair enough.
So all I need to know is whether or not I can. So.
Snitch.
Wait, someone's planning like a mass murder? Yeah, sorry.
Please snitch. I'd appreciate that.
It's not even snitching. Snitching is when you're telling something that's already happened. Not when like you foil the plans of a shooter.
Same thing. Same, different.
I don't know. I think those. I think those same people probably get stitches, one or the other. But yeah, well, let me know on that. Well, so that's if it's not the case that you're required to report, then that throws things off for me because I didn't assume that. That was my question actually. My question was like, okay, if Scott's still your client, and instead he says, like, I gotta make it stop, right? The voices in my head that are telling me to kill the socialists. Like, I gotta make it stop. And he's saying
hold on,
that,
let's not be hasty. If that's what all the voices saying.
Yeah, so I just looked up in my state. I do have an obligation to report a crime if it's about to happen, or if I would otherwise be part of the crime by not reporting it.
Okay. Okay.
Well, who's to say what that really means?
The law.
What is? It sounds like there's a lot of gray area of interpretation right there.
When they jag him from some like judicial council and they like take his law degree, those people, they'll be the ones to say.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
The bar association has a ethics commission that if you fuck up, so basically if I commit any crime ever, not only am I going to have to like figure it out like in the court side, like dealing with that, but then also I have to like write a letter to the board of bar examiners, and then they're gonna be like, I don't know, and then it goes to like the ethics division, and there's evaluation and all this dumb shit. Like that's the biggest incentive for me to not commit crimes, right? Because the amount of fucking hassle and like paperwork that you have to do just to keep your license, like
because it's inconvenient to break the law. Otherwise,
it's incredibly inconvenient because you got to do all this fucking paperwork, and then they have this like the whole division.
I don't know how similar it is with counseling, right? But like it seems pretty similar, right? So like there's the ACA, like the code of ethics, right? And so like and then there's a board that handles licensure and things like that. And so like you could potentially get reported to the law because you're involved in some case or whatever. And then like you're kind of forced to give up your clients, like all the notes you took and everything. And if they can prove that like you were known that there was like an imminent, like harm to someone else, right? Then you could be legally in trouble as a mandated reporter. But there's a much lower kind of almost subjective issue here if you were to be then reported to the ACA for an ethics violation in terms of like, because then this becomes like essentially a committee and an investigation that tries to determine whether or not you should have done something, right? And so sometimes it can be, but it becomes like a bit of a wire to dance on, or like a thin line, because if I just report someone and there's no evidence of that, right, then like there's client or patient confidentiality kind of situations that you're breaking. But this happens a ton with counselors and psychologists because of custody battles with children. People that deal with children, very, very often, like the other parent will be like, okay, since it's my child and I'm involved in a custody battle, I demand from my child all of the notes of my child being involved in here. And so like there's a lot more of this ends up going into like court systems when you're dealing with kids.
So Lactoid, my question, thank you for that, Scott. Lactoid, so if Scott said that he was going, again, your client, said that he was going to commit suicide, are you required to report that to anyone?
Well, I think technically, so like suicide is against the law. It doesn't really have any criminal penalties anymore, but it still is against the law. And so they're going to proceed to do a criminal action, I would feel like it was my obligation to report that.
And then the final place I wanted to ask is like, well, what if like it's not like, rather than an explicit threat, right, either to others or to themselves, right? It's more implicit that like they're saying, well, something has to be done, right, about like this group of individuals, and oh, you know what, I do have that gun, right? I wonder if I got some ammo. Right, like what if it was something like that, where you are highly suspected, but they didn't explicitly say it?
I mean, I would just do some little bit of due diligence, right? It'd be like, ask maybe a few probing questions and look. I mean, this is, I guess, the same issue that probably a lot of counselors come up against, which is, what's the point in which like you feel the obligation to report, and that's going to be a judgment call, I think, most times, right? And so if I feel like I have enough here where I'm genuinely concerned about this person doing something awful, then I might feel an obligation. But obviously, this is going to be a big decision, because not only for the business aspect of it, because generally you don't want to be known as the person who reports their own client, right? But then there's also, the ethical position where, I want to make sure that my position is strong enough to explain it if anybody comes asking. So if I'm in front of like the ethics board and I have to explain why I didn't call somebody, I can explain, well, here's why I didn't think there was that much of a threat, and that to be convincing to them, right? And that's just something that you always have to think about with any kind of client interaction. And this is really, and I'll just tell you, it's way less common defense side, because most of the time you're just representing insurance companies. But if you're doing plaintiff sided work, you get, and I know this because I interned for one, you get a lot of people calling you that have a lot of mental issues very frequently. And they'll oftentimes be asking you like questions, like they'll seem normal for the first couple of questions, and then they start like getting into shit that, begins to make you like, I've had people want to sue the water company for putting listening devices behind their washing machine that monitors their thoughts, right? Classic schizophrenia kind of behavior. And, and there's some attorneys who just, they hear a couple of phrases and then they just snatch them up as clients. And then they turn out to be unhinged later on during the case. And those are really difficult to navigate ethically. Dealing with elderly people, especially people with Alzheimer's, that's an incredibly difficult area to mitigate or to deal with, especially because a lot of litigation usually comes around those situations because they have assets and they're about to die. And there's questions over who has the right to what property. So you normally have families fighting with each other over this person's property, and they're too mentally infirm to be able to really adequately explain what they want to do with the property. And so you have to deal with that. I mean, it can be a landmine, but that's of course why lawyers, that's why we exist.
Yeah, thank you. That was my question. I appreciate it.
And they demand a fuck ton of money to do it too. So the lawyer usually makes out pretty well.
As they should, because
I don't do state law.
But hold on. That's as they should though. That shit's very complicated and it's hard to deal with. Like, that's why they make so much money.
I agree.
I'm just saying, I know a lot of lawyers, and there absolutely is something to the idea that they are predatory. Okay, there is, like, the profession does, especially in litigation, the profession does reward a certain kind of antisocial behavior. That but
hold on. It's all, but that's because it's on any side of law. Though you're being a predator, it's called you're a shark. It's like you're swimming with sharks. You want to you have to do that. You win. It's like anything that's competition based, which law is in this case. You're gonna have a defendant and the affirmative side. You're gonna I can't even think plaintiff. There we go. You're gonna have people on either side. It's already competing. You want people that are
But most lawyers aren't doing that. Most lawyers are drafting contracts, drafting out business plans, planning estates, doing shit that to make sure that litigation never happens down the road. It's a smaller subset that do litigation. I do litigation, and I can tell you, the field is full of people who are very aggressive and somewhat predatory in certain circumstances. I have had situations where I've had a plaintiff attorney do things to their client that it was incredibly difficult for me to navigate, because ethically I'm not allowed to talk to their client. So I can't tell them how they're getting fucked over, but they're getting fucked
how
over.
they're being preyed upon.
How they're getting preyed upon. And so, because if, the good person in me wants to call them and say, that he can't put a lien on your house, right? That's like, he can't do that. That goes against ethics rules. But couldn't do that because I can't talk to the client of somebody else. Now, then there's the question of, does this rise to enough significance to make a report to the bar? I don't know. Like,
but what if that person was your friend, right? Like, and personally,
it's even harder to navigate.
Like, hey, actually, like
conflict of interest.
That'd be a conflict of interest. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to. If my friend was the plaintiff on a case that I was defending, the conflict of interest immediately would be like,
no. Sorry, like you are aware, you are outside of the case, right? Completely. And you are aware of what's happening. Like, I'm represented by another lawyer, the Skeezy Gibbs, right? The Gibbs law firm, right? And like you hear about like what's happening between me and Gibbs. Could you then talk to me like about like, hey,
absolutely, because I'm not on the other side, right? So there's no adversarial relationship. I can, I'd be like, hey, Prime, like
there would be an adversarial relationship when I found out. We're gonna be holding them up in the law. We're gonna be holding them up in court. Just soon enough, defamation.
Okay, fair enough. But that was my question. I do appreciate.
Then the next guy won't be willing to do that. You see?
Sure.
So let's get started with the topic. I'm hoping it'll be a good conversation.
That's good.
It's really unsure about this one, but we'll see. So thanks all for being here. This is a Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for the kind sub that you gifted there, and thank you, Amanda Smash, for resubbing 37 minutes ago. And Wick TV for rating the channel an hour ago. That's not important. Wick thanks for the raid. But I appreciate you, friend. Consider supporting the channel if you enjoyed our pre-talk here. Which wasn't meant to take as long as it did. I promise you. That wasn't the goal. But if you appreciate that, consider supporting the channel, sub to the channel, give bits or give subs, resub like Amanda Smash did, or gift a sub like our friend Admiral Gibbs did, or super chats. I have been watching them. Of course, when I'm watching this fucking pot, it never fucking boils. All right, but I have been.
He's watching the wrong thing. Always the wrong one.
Yeah. But super chats, we'll read your super chats, right? Do it sometime. I'm actually looking at it. That would be great. But super chats would be helpful. We do need your support to continue on with this channel. So consider helping us out or through bits, however you're comfortable. All right. Let's go on to the topic. Trump has instigated a lot of rhetoric about annexing Canada, Greenland, and even the Panama Canal. Most political observers have brushed this off as a simple political tactic to force favorable negotiations. However, this past Sunday, Trump once again stated that he is serious about making Canada the quote-unquote 51st state. Even though way too big to be a state. It's unbelievable. So multiple states. So let's take him at his word. What are your thoughts on America expanding its physical territory? Is there any set of circumstances that would be acceptable to do so? And what means are acceptable to make that expansion happen? Should we rule the use of force out completely? Or is there a time for that? And if you are amenable to the idea of expansion, what territories do you think might be good additions? So Trump in an interview says, "Yeah, I'm serious. Like I keep saying it. Yeah, I want Canada to be the 51st state. Like he keeps saying it, right? I know people are going to keep saying that he's not serious. Like as long as he doesn't like literally land troops there. But he keeps saying he's serious. I don't know what to say, right? And again, that was specifically in regards to Canada, at least the response he gave. But he also said some things about Greenland, and then he's talking about like taking back the Panama Canal. Yeah, I want to take him seriously for a moment and see how that would play out. Do people support that? Just explore it that way. So you guys can give your intros and your introductions, right? Your opening statements at the same time. Right,
Sure, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. There's two. I'm very split on this. This is a very difficult subject for me because I like the concept of self-determination. I have argued for this in other contexts, including the eastern part of Ukraine. I think that the people there deserve elements of self-determination that they're simply not getting. But on the other hand, fuck yeah, USA, America, 4th of July, fireworks and hamburgers, right? That is a part of it. And I'm trying to like prevent that from coloring my view too much, but it is hard because the idea of like all of Canada and Greenland and Panama all becoming American, it gets my blood hot. I really, really deep down want it to happen, okay? In my heart. But my brain is saying, well, hold on a minute, pump the brakes, okay? I think there's a way we can make everybody happy. We can bribe the Greenlanders, okay? There's been polls done on this. The Greenlanders, they are Danish and they want independence. They do want independence, right? Overwhelmingly. But not if they have to lose out on all the money the Danish give them. Like that's like I think it's like over 70% want independence, and then you follow the poll up with a question. What if that means you have to like tone down some of like the money you get, and then the popularity of independence drops down to like 20-something%. What this tells us is they have no kind of national pride for the Danish, and they can be bought. I say we buy off the Greenlanders. We could probably do that. Okay, we avoid the whole problem of warfare. Canada, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, okay? Because the Canadian polls aren't nearly as favorable. Most Canadians don't want to be American, unfortunately. A couple polls, I think 43% of millennials, 40, I think it was 43% according to Ipsos poll. Let me see what it is. Yeah, 43% of millennials between the ages of 18 and 34. I don't know if it's millennials anymore. Maybe that's fucking. But anyway, 18 and 34. They would become American. They'd vote to become American if they got to keep like all their assets transferred over and they became U.S. citizens. So there's some support there, but by and large, Canadians are not nearly as on board, I think, with being bribed as the Greenlanders. So that's gonna be difficult. I don't know how we're gonna swing that one. But the Panama Canal, of course, we should take that. That's a matter of national security interest. Gaza, because that actually was not in the prompt, but I think that's important to talk about because he said that multiple times now. That is by far the dumbest thing he said ever, and it's borderline like unhinged. Sorry, it's not even borderline. It is unhinged. Mm-hmm. And the solution put forward of let's ethnically cleanse the entire area to set up beachfront property sounds like something insane that his most ardent critic would say. And the fact that he keeps saying it is a massive black mark, I think, against his credibility. He needs to drop that shit now. That cannot happen. That should not happen. And that will not happen. The Greenland shit, I'm on board with that. Canada, maybe. We can't invade them, but maybe we can convince them over time. Who knows? Panama, sure. Not Gaza. That's crazy.
Okay. And I appreciate you saying that. Shout out to you. All right. Our friend Scott.
Yeah, this is like, oh man. It reminds me of like Trump saying Mexico is going to pay for the border wall. Right, like everyone knows, even his most ardent supporters, that like obviously that wasn't going to happen, right? Like, and like obviously there are like political pundits that are like, well, they did sort of, if you think of it this way, etc. I don't know what to think about it because it's just so off the wall, fucking clown world. Like the idea that like it's not popular with Canadians. It's what's weird is that Trudeau seems to think that he's very serious about it, right? Trudeau has made statements that like he believes Trump is serious about this occurrence, though Trudeau is, when he's not busy embezzling money from the Canadians, he's busy lying to media. So whatever. But but Pierre also seems to be taking it seriously, right? Who seems to be like probably the number one contender to take over after Trudeau. So like it's like I'm having difficult, like I'm like there's this discordance in my head where like I'm kind of sitting here like, is everybody fucking taking this seriously? Am I the only one not in on this? Like, what is going on? It's an absurd position. I don't think it would be good for America to take over fucking Canada. I mean, obviously Canada has access to oil. So do we. You know what I mean? There's not any real benefit there. Canada's a big trade partner. I mean, it seems like some crazy fucking part of his negotiations with trade and tariff deals with Canada, like he's throwing out wild crazy shit to like, you know, I guess to meme the fucking Canada into submission into like an uneven trade deal or something. I don't fucking understand it. In terms of Panama, Panama's a special case because it's literally in the fucking contract, right? Like Panama is not living up to their end of the contract to the fullest, and it's in the contract that we have the right to take it over. So I mean, it's not like the contract was made with a private property owner, so it's not like I think that the contract is like somehow sacrosanct or anything. But nevertheless, like it is, as far as like, you know, nation states are concerned, Panama is one of the ones that like might actually be serious about it and wouldn't necessarily get that much pushback from. In terms of Greenland, dude, why? We already have a fucking base there. Like, in what the fuck are we interested in? Like, maybe there's some 5D chess argument that like he pushes this shit forward so that we can gain more rights and more funds towards growing the, you know, I think it's now a Space Force base, but it was previously a Navy installation, but it operates mostly like a naval installation with like some observatory and like research kind of like things there that are important in Greenland. But I don't see the fucking value of Greenland when we already have a base there. It'd be one thing if like we didn't have a base there and we wanted to build one there. We already have one there. Like what is happening with this foreign policy? And then lastly, because Lactoid brought it up, you know, if we want to talk about Gaza makes more sense than Canada. I'm not saying it's right, but it certainly makes more sense than Canada. You know, like you could funnel a lot of, you know, US aid money there. Trying to force Egypt and Jordan now, you know, threatening to pull aid if they don't take people. Like, of all the countries that might take people in Gaza, these are the two countries that want them the least. Like, what? Like, I understand that they're like, it's the easiest to move them there, but planes exist. Like, none of this foreign policy from the Trump administration seems to make much sense unless you look at it as him being, you know, unless you look at it as blustering and buffs and, you know, him trying to secure, you know, negotiations and trade and deals and things of that nature that are favorable to America as we pull away from this world empire that America is struggling to maintain towards a more America's local empire focused situation. But like, yeah, I don't know. This topic is weird to me because I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? Like, this is just so clown world and stupid that like we're even having this conversation because the president is saying this shit.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, I have some thoughts that I'll probably get into in the open, but I guess I feel betrayed by my friend Lactoid, okay, by my fellow Canadian Lactoid, but Lactoid's position is disappointing, but not surprising, since the only way for Lactoid to become American is if Canada becomes a state. So I understand why he holds that position. But yeah, I think one thing that comes to mind is, like, I think Trump's talk of expanding U.S. territory, okay, whether serious or not, the fact that you know whether he's serious, I think is a problem. But I think that type of rhetoric potentially, like, legitimizes something like China retaking Taiwan. Like, if the U.S. can do it, why cannot the world's second largest economy do it? And I think they arguably have more greater claim than something like U.S. over Canada over Greenland. So if he wants to, like, go down that road, I'd say, you know, go for it, see how it plays out. But I actually want him to be serious. I want him to go ahead, go with the tariffs, okay? Go with his rhetoric of bringing back, you know, U.S. lumber production, U.S. steel manufacturing. If you don't need Canadian lumber, you don't need Canadian steel, you don't need Canadian car parts. Like, yeah, do it all in the U.S. And see how that plays out. Where, you know, given the current climate of, like, you know, obtaining chips, and the U.S. trying to build up manufacturing capability of U.S. chips in Arizona, where that was, from what I can tell, that was delayed as a result of a skilled worker shortage. Both plant number one, worth billions of dollars because they don't have the skilled workers. Plant number two, also delayed by at least a year because they don't have the skilled workers. And so, yes, like, go ahead, have all your workers, go into lumber production, go into steel production, go into internal car engine combustion as China takes over the EV market for all over the world, which they pretty much already have. While China, I believe, leads in the manufacturing consumer drones by a mile. From what I understand, China has like the largest maritime force currently, and its capacity to build ships absolutely trumps anything that the U.S. can do. So if and when China invades Taiwan or tries to take over Taiwan, I hope that pretty much what Americans can do is they can get in their internal combustion engine cars, they can drive across the ocean, they can throw some U.S. wood at them, some U.S. steel at them. I think it's going to work out great, and I'd love to see it play out.
Thanks so much. I actually want to save Doobie for last on this one. I'm so glad that Doobie joined. I know Doobie has thoughts on this. I'm going to save him for last. Let's go to Gibbs next.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. What scenarios are okay to invade and begin imperialism? Well, the answer to that is if humanity exists. That's the scenario. We absolutely have the right to conquest. I firmly believe that might makes right. Canadians might not see it now, but they'd be better off as Americans. The power we would wield is fantastic. Let's not even talk about Panama existing, because the only reason they exist at all is because we allow it to. We conquered them in 5 days before in 1989 and the beginning of 1990. We also lost American lives and taxpayer dollars to build the Panama Canal. It's only there because Jimmy Carter, one of the worst presidents in American history, committed an act of incompetence to almost traitorous levels when he gave the canal away. Honestly, their lives would improve in Panama. They're a second world country currently, or, quote unquote. And we'd gain the canal and a tourist destination, and we could use them to stop the drugs flowing up from South America as well as migrants. Previously, they were basically a country for hire under Noriega for the drug lords. As for Greenland, we can absolutely buy the Greenlanders off in one way or another. I also say we can do this in a way that either they get to keep their rights and they get these benefits to like transfer to a couple generations and then become normal American citizens, or we can just give them a lump sum payment each that's substantial enough that they're going to be okay, fine with losing all the stuff they get under Denmark. Gaza, I'm at the point now where there's never going to be any peace. So this is going to ruffle some feathers, but I think America owning it may be best for everyone. Imagine the Gazans that stay and help rebuild it and eventually become Americans. How good it will be for them. We could use the newly discovered resources off the coast to help them pay for this and employ local. Israel would have security, as with the Gazans. We could eliminate Hamas, which is a terrorist group backed by Iran, who's a perennial enemy. Now we would also have a permanent toehold in the Middle East, so we'd immediately be able to be in the region much faster. The Palestinians have been saying they want their own country. Well, now guess what? You can be part of a successful country, the American Empire. They'll just be a special American economic zone of the U.S. until maybe they get statehood, which I don't know. They're smaller than the King Ranch in Texas, so I don't know if they deserve that or not. But that's something we can debate later. There's also, we don't have to dive into this yet, but there are other countries that the U.S. should invade and annex potentially as well. You know what? I am going to dive into them. I think if we got serious and we took over Haiti, we could provide a better life for people there. We could actually have companies invest, and if people with good intentions, we could rebuild it, and people would benefit overall. They've had multiple bad shakes. From us as partially and from other people, but they're at the point now where there's clearly nothing going on that's good. They got a guy named Barbecue that runs gangs fighting people right now for control of the country. I don't know. I think that we can improve it. Cuba is another country we could do that as well. They're falling apart over there. We already have a base. We could just immediately roll in there, take over them tomorrow, and they would provide vast economic benefits in the forms of tourism, coffee production, and other things as well. And the people there already are culturally similar to us, so I think that could benefit them greatly. And they'd actually be able to be a decent state, and they'd vote conservative, so that's always good, Anyway, moving on, up until 2022, we actually did more trade with Haiti than the Ukraine. So this is what I'm saying. We have a vested interest in helping people out in our hemisphere. I think conquering countries, bringing conquest back could be great. Mexico knows all about that, because since we took all their land from them and built the rest of the United States via Manifest Destiny. And Cuba could become an economic power to rival California and Texas under of the American rule. I'm pretty excited about American imperialism, as should everybody else.
Thank you, Gibbs. And I thought my friend Doopy would be the highlight. Okay, all right, let's we'll move on. Let's go to Ali.
Yeah, for the entire election, all everyone did was call Trump Hitler. I think he heard that and he's like, you know what? Fuck it. Like, I might as well just run with it. And he's like doing the Hitler light thing right now. I like, listen, American imperialism is like all great and fine and dandy and all, but like, can we please let's fix internally our issues first? We have an entire state that just caught fire, right? We have all of California. I don't know if we ever fixed the issues down in Florida. I think Flint still has lead in their water. So like, I mean, if we're gonna expand, I think first let's work on us, right? Because right now it's fiscally irresponsible for the average American to buy a bag of chips, and that isn't like okay, that isn't like a smart place for us to be in while we're tariffing everything and our goods are just going up. In terms of, I mean, Gaza, that's just. I mean that's literal ethnic cleansing. I don't think it's a good look. I don't think it's a good look for us in the Middle East. It's and it's like we're doing this on behalf of another country for no reason. It just makes no sense. Just right now, I think America focuses on itself first because we already have territories, right? I think everyone's forgotten about Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico was supposed to be the 51st state, right? That's an island, a very small island that we mismanaged so fucking poorly. And yet now we're talking about Greenland and Canada and Mexico. And it's like, let's focus on the things we already have first. And then if we prove that the American way is the correct way, because right now it's about 50-50 split on whether Americans want to be American at this point. Yeah, I think we focus internally before we do externals.
That sounds like an America First MAGA policy right there, right? Like,
holla at your boy, baby.
That's what it is. That's what it should look like. Let's go to our friend, Doobie. Happy to have you, friend.
Hi. I'm probably going to disappoint you, Prime.
Oh no,
because I think
I
agree with Scott. I agree with Scott. I think a lot of this is kind of nonsense, just kind of being thrown around to make waves, and it'll end up being something not reasonable, but more reasonable in like 6 months, right? I think that so if I were to pretend that it's real, right, that this is something that's even a possibility, sure. If people want to be part of the U.S., I don't know why any of you, most of you guys, would want to add more Democrats to the country. It's a little weird to want to add Canada, because that's probably what's going to happen, right? That'll probably be bad long term for the things you guys believe in, but sure, whatever. I have no issues with the U.S. expanding its territory peacefully, right? If there is an interest from some other group of people, I have no issue with them joining the U.S. I think that the Gaza thing really irritates me, to be honest with you. Not because I think it's going to happen, but because, well, Trump is currently torpedoing the bullshit peace deal that they had, right? Israel's, of course, been bombing regularly since the peace deal, quote unquote, or the ceasefire. And I think he said to Hamas that he's given like Saturday to release all the hostages, which, of course, is totally not what was in the ceasefire deal. So like, what the fuck? Right? So I think that irritates me because it's just another reminder that our country is what word should I use? Gobbling the balls of Israel. Okay, 24/7. All of our leaders are doing it. It's never ending. Everybody on the world stage knows it. It's so fucking blatant and transparent. It's disgusting to be part of, right? To see and to understand that this is so fucking obvious. We can't even pretend it's not true. So that's why that's irritating. But I don't know. If it were actually a thing, right? If it were true that he wanted to buy Gaza from somebody somebody's going to sell him Gaza, if the people were allowed to stay there, sure, let them stay there. At least Israel's not bombing them anymore. Sure, that's fine. But again, this is I just feel like a lot of this is just silly headline grabbing to maybe hide some other shit he's trying to do on the side. I don't really know why the fuck he's doing most of this, to be honest with you. It seems to be like some kind of strategy to blow up people's brains and get them to imagine all this crazy shit that's never going to happen, so that he can get other shit done on the side that'll be less interesting.
I'll open it up to the panel. I'll start us off though. I wanted to, as a response to our friend Scott, and I guess Doobie to a certain extent. You talked about how what's his name? Trudeau. Yeah. Trudeau is taking this seriously. Seems to take it seriously, and then this other person, Pierre, as well. A leader is taking it seriously in Canada. And yeah, like, well, that seems to be the responsible thing to do. I mean, like, why wouldn't you take it seriously when a military belligerent neighbor of yours says, like, we want to annex you, right? Like a power that a country that has the power to actually do that and has invaded other countries on the flimsiest excuses in the past. Like from a Canadian perspective, right? From a lactoid perspective, why wouldn't you be terrified that this is actually the case? Why wouldn't
those jokes will stop, by the way, once America takes over Canada? That's like a major argument in favor.
I know that's your only motivation. That's what's your heart speaking. The only way to solve this problem is to become American.
No more Kinder eggs for you, Corey.
But Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, let me respond. The reason I bring that up isn't like ought a politician take seriously when a megalomaniac, that is your neighbor and has the strongest military in the world, 10 times over, says that they're considering, utilizing troops to take over your nation and make it part of their empire. The reason I specifically bring that up is because Trudeau's been on phone calls with him, and we're talking about responses after his phone calls with negotiations with Trump. And then with Pierre being kind of like the opposition's leader here, he has been seen to be like very close ideologically to Trump, has been kind of part of like this global Western kind of like rise in right-wing populism. There have been a lot of comparisons. So the reason I say, well, Pierre seems to be taking it seriously and Trudeau seems to be taking it very seriously, is that Trudeau has special information and Pierre is someone that is in a difficult position where he might be incentivized to like capitulate or run cover for them. And yet in both instances, they both seem to be like, nah, this is a problem. Like, stop. Right. In terms of the tariff negotiations, so, I mean, like if I have to guess what's going on, because I'm trying to guess what this fucking crazy person, right, is doing. Like the situation in Gaza is essentially like, I mean, he's saying that like Palestinians wouldn't have a right of return, right? So it's not even like he's saying like, hey, you're going to leave and then maybe come back. Like he's saying that he wouldn't even guarantee a right of return.
Well, he's saying some will stay though.
Right. But he's saying that if you leave,
million, how many?
Right. Like that if you leave, you don't have a right of return. Like this is like every pro-Palestinian person, I swear disingenuously brings up the Nakba without talking about like what led to that and situations of that, because it's such a strong kind of like position, because it is wrong. The Nakba was horrible. And like he's basically saying like, I'm going to do the Nakba 2.0, but it's going to be cool because we're building cool shit. Like it is so beyond the realm of like a serious position to have. And yet it feels like, if I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going,
it's a bad serious position if it is.
No, hold on.
Let me finish, and then I totally understand you want to respond, right? Like it feels to me more like he is on this war path of like bluffing and saying a lot so that he can kind of like maybe scare the Palestinian people into or Hamas or PLO into like some form of better agreement or something. It's very difficult to understand because like he's very clearly like he's very clearly a pro-Israel candidate, where a lot of his government is very pro-Israel. A lot of them have AIPAC funding, and yet at the same time, you like look. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. But then also you saw Bibi Netanyahu, and he looked at Trump like, "The fuck did you say?" Like it didn't look like he blindsided Bibi Netanyahu. Yeah, so I don't know what the hell he's doing in this regard.
Okay, right? Well, there's a reason for that, though, right? Right, like Fabi, like there's a reason, right? There's a lot. Okay, I think Trump appeals to people that are sick of the status quo. That's what he's appealing to right now. There's a large segment of Americans on the right and the left who are going,
before.
sure, that are like, hey, hold on, sure. But look, he's going over there like, hey, people are here, are normies, are going, shit's not working with Palestine, Israel. We've had 50 years of this shit, maybe longer, and it's not working. It's not working. Okay. So whenever you have two kids, this is going to like dumb it down.
So they just double down on the same plan that
hold
wasn't working before?
Hold on. No, we got a new plan. Sometimes you got to Occam's razor shit. And like, sometimes it's not pretty. Sometimes
that's Israel's plan. Israel's plan.
They just double down.
Hold on. Let me finish. I promise there's going to be more you're going to object to in the next sentence. So like, here's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, just let me get the first part out because you're going to hate the next part. So what he's doing, he's going, hey, it's like two parents. A parent going, hey, these two kids are arguing. They keep fighting over the same toy. It's time to take a toy away. Neither one of y'all gets the control. So what he's doing is, I'm going to stay here. He said, I want a permanent presence. Some of the people are going to get to stay. Right? Those people are going to be the ones that are going to help rebuild it. Those people are going to benefit. Look, this is a small area. It's already overcrowded. So these people are going to have to go. And I hate to break it to you, but a lot of these people supported Hamas. And Hamas, once they got in charge, they're a terrorist group. I get that they're maybe the cool, edgy kids that are rebelling against Israel. They're the ones fighting them.
2006?
Sure. They put them in power, and Hamas has still got like a lot of popularity. All right. I'm sorry. Those people got to go. They're going to keep fighting Israel. Israel's going to keep coming into Palestine and committing the atrocities y'all complain about every time they get smacked in the mouth. This is just going to be an endless cycle. So maybe it's time for Daddy Trump and the Daddy United States to come in here and be like, okay, no, y'all broke the toy. Nobody gets it now. Now it's going to become whoever's left after we clear out all the people.
But that's not what's happening.
That is what he said is happening.
What's happening is, no. I mean, listen, I watched the same podcast, so I'm going to give you the same response. We have a spoiled child that we keep looking over at what they keep doing, right? That's beating up the younger child. That's beating up the you know.
I mean, sometimes you have to take the toy away, bro.
No,
I mean,
listen,
and like,
this doesn't benefit us like in our global look at all.
What do you think is going to have more peace, more long term? If we just let the Palestinians and the Israelis keep fighting and keep a tinderbox, or we remove one side from the equation and say, okay, y'all are now American.
Yeah, hold on, wait. Here, hold on. If you want to talk about removing one side, how about the one side that everyone in the region disagrees with? So yeah, take the Israelis, remove them, put them in, right? I know it's not going to happen. I know, but that's what I'm saying is like we have this. The only stain we have in the Middle East comes from the fact that we have all this support towards Israel. Just like let it be real. We have one person that all of our issues in the. We have
if we took Gaza, we'd have a brand new stain that we would.
Yeah, I know you'd have more stains. So that's what
I would wager that in 50 years, those countries would be happy that we own Gaza.
All we're doing,
because they wouldn't have to worry about the terrorists coming out of Gaza.
American imperialism, for American imperialism, it really isn't a bad look to have this little country that seems to have a lot of control over us, and we do all its little bidding. We fight all its wars. We try to kill all its people. We're about to sit here and do an ethnic cleansing.
You think Netanyahu is happy that Trump is talking about taking over the job that he was trying to implement? No, that's why he had the shock. He's like, oh shit, absolutely not.
Listen, I think Trump was given $200 million to make Netanyahu.
The other countries in the Middle East, that we're talking about moving the Gazans to, aren't going to be happy and they're not going to take them. The Palestinians don't want to leave. They're not just going to leave willingly. We're talking about sending eventually American troops over to sit here and fight another war in another foreign land for another foreign country.
Sounds like
Israel. For no reason. So I mean, listen, you're not the one going to war, buddy. You're not the one going to war. That's great, but like the American troops that go there that do end up dying. I mean, I don't think they're like if you're saying their lives are worth it to go take over Gaza or Palestine.
I think it's long term.
That doesn't sound American.
Hold on, what sounds American is ensuring peace long term and stability in the region.
That's not going to create peace long term.
You get that more definitely by just no longer arming Israel and forcing them to give.
Hold on. How many times have I heard as a millennial, as a 34-year-old, how many fucking times do I have to hear peace and stability in the region, end quote, before we finally say, I don't want to fight another fucking war for Israel, dude. Like,
well, this time we'll own the country.
Listen, let's, if we take this seriously, yes. Is it possible that America could go in, ethnically cleanse the place? I mean, I don't know if it's technically ethnically cleansing because it's not like it's specifically targeting Palestinians by race. It's just targeting by region. So, but I mean, it's kind of a distinction without a difference, so it doesn't really matter, right? Like, but nevertheless, going in, moving all of these people out of this area, and then is it possible we could set up a nice place and have control over that region? Yeah, it's possible. It's possible monkeys fucking fly. It's possible that we could spend enough of our tax dollars that we're already $37 trillion in debt. It's possible Doge magically finds enough money for us to do this fucking pet project. And for what? What the fuck does Gaza have for us? It's a tiny strip of land.
Oil.
Where,
Gaza?
There's
right off the coast.
Fucking nothing of value.
Recent discovery. It's
there.
like one of the biggest.
Recent discovery.
Dude, it's like we have
use
like
that
the amount of
the
amount of money we would be wasting on this. We could spend on fucking unlocking resources in the United States. Like people every year, but listen, every couple of years, we talk about how we're running out of oil. Right. And there's this, we've been doing this since the late 60s. We're like, oh my God, the world's running out of oil. And then all of a sudden we discover a bunch of fucking oil. And we're like, well, how does this keep happening? It keeps happening because that's how the market works, is that there's a fuck ton of places all throughout the world that have a fuck ton of oil. And we don't know whether or not they actually have oil. We're like, there's a 50% chance that it has oil. And it's expensive to explore, to discover whether or not oil is actually there. And so once we start running out of oil and oil prices go up, then all of a sudden oil speculation becomes a market. Then people start spending money and finding oil. The amount of money that we would be spending on Gaza for this presumed oil off of a strip somewhere that we'd have to fucking negotiate with Israel and all this other shit. We could just spend that fucking money in the American market
have to negotiate
and find all the oil that's already here. Or we could just fucking build nuclear.
We could just take it over.
Let's let it in.
Yeah, I was interested to look this up because I never heard of that before. That there's hydrocarbon, extractable hydrocarbons in the Palestinian-controlled territories. There does appear to be, but they're not yet commercially viable to extract, and they're probably part of larger Israeli-controlled gas fields. I agree that there's not nearly
sucks for them now that American
there's nothing. Hold on a second. There's really, I think the Gaza thing in particular, the goal would be one thing and one thing only, and this is what I think makes the Gaza suggestion like fundamentally different than the Canada one and the Greenland one and the Panama one, which is that the Greenland one and the Canada one is these people are especially Canada, culturally similar to the U.S. We're not kicking them out of the land that they're on. We're bringing them into the fold and making them Americans, right? There's a geographical
changing the land that they're on.
No, assuming we get their cooperation, right?
They don't want
I'm not in favor. We can bribe them. This is what I was saying this whole time. We bribe them. The Greenlanders, we
don't have enough money to bribe them.
Bro, we absolutely have enough to bribe Greenland.
Like
Greenland's only 44,000 people.
We have all the money.
Yes, USAID.
We're gonna cut USAID. I'm gonna bring up Flint again. Flint still has blood in the water.
Okay, well, Flint still has blood in the water.
We can use the Panamanians.
Where's the money? Where's the money?
I'll leave.
You could rebuild Flint's water system completely for like $1 billion, and that would only be one of the 43 billion that is in USAID.
We've been paying for all this shit in USAID, while apparently Flint's not very high up there on the totem pole in terms of focus. Okay,
Florida,
and so
California,
as long as we're not paying attention to Flint,
its own fault.
We may as well continue to not pay attention to Flint and buy Greenland instead. Okay, because we're saving all this money because we
can send the people from
Flint
to Greenland.
I will explain to you. So not only are the Greenlanders able to be bought, I think, unlike the people of Gaza in this case, but Greenland is a major source of raw earth materials, which are going to prove to be incredibly important in the upcoming decades. They are geopolitically and militarily important. I know we have a military base there, but we want some kind of security. And frankly, there's also this weird concept of the bigger your country looks on a map, the more geopolitical prestige it has, and the more you can push around people on the global stage. This is why everybody has this idea that Russia is this massive country, when in reality, it's got fewer people than Bangladesh, right? Like, there is a benefit that comes with having the giant fucking Greenland have a little U.S. next to it. We get all those rare earth minerals. We get all the resources available there, the military strategicness. And yeah, if we can do that without any kind of military intervention, it'll be worth it. The problem with Gaza is that's the thing with Gaza, that's not the suggestion, right? Gaza isn't the source of isn't like controlling these important shipping lanes. Gaza is not, at least at this stage, proven to be like incredibly important resource-wise or militarily. We are advocating for, or sorry, not we. Trump, for some reason, is talking. Well, I know the reason, but Trump is saying, "Yeah, okay, well, I know the reason." Trump is talking about. Let's be honest. Like, this is what the Turks did with the Armenians. Like, they want to take them and move them against their will to clear out a space for condos. This is insane. This, and by the way, it's land. It's land that's really no use to us, but it is a use to one particular country in that area. It is a use to Israel. There's a reason why this plan was announced when he was in a meeting with Israel. There's a reason this all is happening.
It's not. It does not about building a fucking resort. It's about building a fucking base right next to fucking Israel.
Amen.
That essentially makes
Israel is our base.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Hold on.
Now we can have a check.
Hold on. Let me fucking
They're not
finish.
necessarily our friend.
They're our ally.
They're an ally.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Scott.
Oh my god. It is.
Oh my god.
It is about
interrupting.
It is about building a fucking base right next to Israel, so that when Hezbollah or when some other nation wants to throw bombs over, it's not about like, oh, Iron Dome, etc. It's about America being like, oh, you're threatening our fucking base, and having troops right fucking there. It's about being able to have Israel not just as like a tangential ally that we fund and that we utilize their intelligence resources, but literally making them our quote unquote closest ally, because we'd be right fucking next to them geographically. And then it would give Israel carte blanche to essentially not be invaded in any way, shape, or form, because there would be an American base right there, and invading Israel would essentially be a guarantee.
We do have an American base.
Yeah, but
Israel is the American base. You guys are missing the whole.
No, there's a difference. What you're saying, there's a difference between having like supply and having like a full blown like American territory base, right? Like there's a huge distinctive
there's a spectrum there. I understand, but I'm just saying that there is a military base like in Israel.
We also have a base in Jordan.
But again.
And Bahrain. What's your point?
We have like 2,000 fucking bases in the world.
Yeah, so we need another one. We need another one just to guard against Hezbollah while we're paying Israel how much money.
Israel, wait.
Bitch, in what way am I supporting
this? I'm not saying you're supporting this. I'm expressing my incredulity at the concept of this idea. We don't get shit out of this. We're just going to spend more money. You get shit from Greenland. We do get shit from Canada. We do get shit from the Panama Canal. We get nothing from Gaza.
But to Fabian's point,
we are not the fucking politicians. The politicians are fucking millionaires and corporations and international groups, and like we don't get shit. Okay, yeah, we don't get any fucking oil really. We don't get any resources really. But it's not about but power is not maintained through resources in the current modern age. It's maintained through creating client states and fucking USAID and fucking, international relations with fucking corporations and fucking Blue Dot Network and fucking, WEF and IMF creating loans. Resources are a part that back it up, but like financial power is how America maintains its power, not exports or resources. Exports and resources make that a little bit easier to maintain our position and our power. But ultimately, like if we were to take this seriously and he was to put up make it a straight up U.S. territory with like a military installation, etc., the power that is gained there is essentially making it impossible to invade Israel without declaring war on the United States.
Gibbs.
I think that's already the case, but
I mean, it's some of that.
Yeah,
some of that. I also think it's a checks and balances against Israel. Israel's not always our friend, right? Like, this is something we are running into with data.
Yeah. We could invade Israel from Gaza.
I'm just saying, listen.
We already have a base there.
When I'm talking about, listen, if they keep acting up, and like things don't get better. I'm just saying.
Of all the things that are never going to happen, that one's not going to happen the most.
Hold on.
Why is that like such a confident response?
No, it's not. It's not a confident
think about that.
Well,
us invading Israel?
No, just like anything ever happening to like Israel. Why is it so like such a confident response? Like, well, that's never going to happen. We're never going to tell them to stop. We're never going to do anything that involves Israel and stopping whatever the fuck Israel is.
Okay, let me. So yes, one, like, it is a check against Israel. We don't know who's going to be our allies in the future, right? Like Germany's our ally now. We just fought 2 world wars against them, right? So things change, and it doesn't hurt to have a giant military base on Israel's doorstep. Also, we'll have a base on the doorstep of Lebanon, which guess was allied with Iran, who's one of our major enemies. So I see benefits there. Secondly, we do turn it into a wonderful resort area as an American territory, and the Gazans that do end up staying there that are pro this movement, and everybody benefits. At least some Gazans there get to keep their land. And they become American citizens over time. And then guess what? They'll see the benefits of it. It's
not happening either.
It absolutely will. It absolutely
will.
It's
not happening. We've already removed the name. We don't even call them Palestinians.
Hold on. I know this will work because guess what? I hate to sound like a dick, but there's a reason why Native Americans are now Americans. They
because we killed enough of them to where they can't do anything.
Because now there's a bit. Well, that's already been happening there already. They're not the Israel already guaranteed that. We're just going to go in there. We're going to get rid of the terrorist sympathizers, and we're going to benefit the capitalist.
But why are we doing that? Why are we exhausting our resources to ethnically cleanse and put a smirk on our name? Let them handle their shit.
You keep interrupting. I'm trying to wrap it up here. But listen,
let them get finished.
Yeah. So okay, look, we can benefit from this. They have resources. We know they have the resources. Israel, once again, isn't always our friend, right? This could be a giant win on the world stage if we actually prevent people from fucking dying in this area and stop this hotspot from being an area. Yeah. It'll no longer be a hotspot. Hold on. It'll no longer be a hotspot. Think about like 50 years from now.
Why wouldn't
we own? If we own this, these countries are going to be like, oh, look, there's been no new rockets launched into Israel. Oh, yeah, we've been mad about it, but the people living there, their standard of life is way better than it was under Hamas or the PLO ever, right? These are things you can argue. And sometimes, hold on, God damn it.
What if we own China?
I let everybody speak for 30 minutes. I'm almost done. So, yes, we can benefit. We've seen how this works. We've seen every time we conquer something, the people there, their lives overall benefit as compared to other places. I don't know. Maybe they didn't work out for him initially, but in the long term,
Admiral,
every direction the Empire touches.
You can go on YouTube right now.
I'll ask Scott. Yeah.
I get that it sounds like on paper, right? Socialism sounds great until you like try to enact it, and then like boom, you get fucking communism. Listen, this sounds great on paper. Yeah, we're just gonna move them peacefully. Everything is gonna be fine. The Jordanians and the Egyptians are gonna accept. I mean, yeah. So like, how do you? So you want to create peace by moving people? Once again, how does it benefit us to create more enemies in the region, to create a more global? What are you gonna do about it? Like,
it seems like it'd be way more reasonable to just
want war in the worlds with you.
Who's going to go to war for the Palestinians? If they were going to do it,
it's more reasonable to just stop cutting for Israel and do the right thing. Like, do the morally correct.
I mean, I'd be okay with conquering them too. I mean, like everybody can be U.S. states. I mean, like that's kind of where I'm at on this. I think it'd be better for everybody.
Yeah, well, it sounds great on paper, but like you can't enact any of these things. Like,
more difficult. They got nukes.
That's the issue.
Yeah, absolutely could. It's not like Egypt or Saudi Arabia are going to go back Palestine. They haven't yet. Jordan's not going to do it. They hate the Palestinians. So like, who's gonna do it? Who's gonna go to war for Palestine if we conquer it real quick?
If they hate the Palestinians, you take 1.7 million of them and you try to move them into those countries and then instill a U.S. territory. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not backing. What
are they going to do about
that point? It's just anti-America.
They're going to take
you don't move 1.7 million people that quickly. It's going to be a process, and it's going to be a painful process.
You can just bulldoze them in one direction.
Take the Palestinians and move them over there.
So Admiral Gibbs, I agree with you that if we take this plan seriously, right, and that it's not like a negotiation tactic to like force some type of deal or something, but like a Trump really goes in, ethnically cleanses or doesn't, whatever, moves 80% of the fucking Palestinian population to other countries, bullies other countries. I agree that like you're very unlikely to see a Middle Eastern nation go to war and declare war on the United States, right? But this type of thinking about nation states and whether or not nation states declare war is been something that has been fucking the U.S. taxpayer and our military and our government since the Eisenhower Doctrine. Like, you can go on YouTube right now and look up interviews with children in Gaza, asking them about how they feel about Hamas and how they feel about the IDF in Israel. And you're going to find 10-year-old kids saying that they can't wait to become a warrior for Hamas. They can't wait to blow themselves up or to do everything they can to kill the dirty Jew, etc. Right? This is a group of people that have been isolated and have been abused and oppressed and have been then forced to be under the oppression of terrorist organizations. And now it's been nearly 20 years that terrorist organization has been in charge of every level of life and society within that region. So the only thing that you can do is move everyone the fuck out. Like, fuck 80%, move them all out. Okay? Or you're going to have to go through this really difficult process of like nation building in this area, which is another cool buzzword we heard that put us trillions of dollars in debt and didn't fucking work out in other areas of the Middle East. And the amount of resources that it is going to cost to deal with the terrorist organizations that we are going to be propping up, the terrorist organizations that are going to spring up in Libya, the terrorist organizations are going to spring up in Somalia, the terrorist organizations are going to spring up in Yemen, the terrororganizations organizations throughout the entire Middle East that are going to be yes,
so
and you're asking for more of it.
Why are we involving ourselves?
I'll tell you what, it's so simple. Like, I don't know why, like, y'all, like, listen, terrorist organizations, yes, they're a problem. However, they're not the same problem as a national country problem war, right? Yeah, one's bad. One might have their ideology for, but you know what? There's an expression that handles this. Money talks. Yeah, mommy and daddy are dead because IDF. That's terrible. But hey, Uncle Sam came in and Uncle Exxon came in and gave me a job as a oil refinery guy off the coast of Gaza, and now I'm making six figures. Man, I resent Israel, but my kids don't resent Israel. They like Uncle Sam because guess what? They got a PlayStation, they got Xbox Live, they got all this.
Did you not live through the Iraq War? Do you not remember these same fucking arguments? Do you not remember them saying they're going to greet us as fucking, they're going to love democracy, they're going to greet us as liberators, we're going after the insurgents.
There's a big difference, and then one of them is they always knew we were going to give the country back to somebody. Here, Trump has said, and I quote, "We keep it indefinitely, maybe make it U.S." All right, so hey, check this out. They know that their only choice going forward is going to be U.S. That's totally different.
How's that working out for Puerto Rico?
For US,
yeah,
pretty good.
More of a bullying tactic.
So corrupt there, but we don't have to go into Puerto
Rico.
More
of the same shit, but more hardcore. So we're expecting no fucking blowback.
You act like this hasn't worked. Look at Hawaii. Hawaii's rich as fuck now.
Has it ever fucking worked in the Middle East? Has it ever fucking worked in the Middle East?
But you're arguing over an area that's smaller than the King Ranch. This is not like Afghanistan, where it's massive amounts of territory. This is not like Iraq, which is a massive country with different biomes. So it's something smaller. Because we can demonstrate through accomplishing it, right? Once it's done, and we've diffused this area, we've taken it out of play.
How do you diffuse the area?
It's simple. It's not in play no more. None of y'all can have it. It's ours now. And guess what? Y'all can either hate us or get on board.
And then the 1.5 million people that
are still there, they get benefits. They're going to go, oh, well, hey, it's actually not so bad being an American.
Yeah, we tried that before, but like, okay, what about the people that you move out in the other?
When's the last time we conquered a country?
Wait, let me ask you, where do they go? That's the question. So you got the 1.7 million or whatever. Where do they go?
We just take over that area right next to the Sinai of Egypt. And what's Egypt going to do? They're just going to take it like a bitch.
What's Egypt going to do? What are any countries going to do?
You know, presently they have all their tanks sitting right there on the border.
But they're doing stuff.
Yeah, cool. And we'll take them out in a night. But like they barely are able to hold
their own ally together. They're a U.S. ally.
Cool. So then guess what? They're going to get on board with the
plan. We create an enemy like that. It doesn't matter. U.S. imperialism, baby.
They're not going to. They are not going to. They're both a U.S. ally. They're both a U.S. ally, and
they're not a huge ally. They're barely an ally.
They are a major non-NATO ally.
Come on,
they are a designated major non-NATO ally.
Yeah, cool. Like Turkey is a NATO ally, and Turkey hates us. So what's your point,
Admiral? So
yeah, but we also can't move them to Turkey.
Good.
Well,
I mean,
Admiral,
I know
agree.
we're talking about
Listen,
Turkey.
I agree that Gaza is a much smaller area, so it's easier to control, right? The United States military, if it was dedicated, could absolutely turn. Well, first of all, we could, with one fucking bomb, we could turn Gaza into glass instantaneously and rebuild from there if we wanted to. But I agree that it is a small region, right? So in terms of the amount of power to take over Afghanistan and like the cave system on the board and like Kandahar, et cetera, right? That like the initial investment to take over Gaza is so much smaller than it would be trying to fight a war in Iraq and Afghanistan, et cetera. I understand that. The problem that I have is when you zoom out just a little bit and you recognize that there is also an ideological war that has been raging on in the Middle East for 1,000 fucking years. And right now, there's a 16-year-old kid in Pakistan that's like playing at a basketball court, right? And right next to him are jihadis. Okay, there are people that want to recruit him to terrorist organizations. Okay, and when you come in and you ethnically cleanse an area and you like you give them so much fuel, you're not just breeding terrorists in Palestine, you're breeding terrorists throughout the entire Middle Eastern world. And there is money that is being funneled from Saudi Arabia, from Iran, from Russia and China, okay? From a lot of people that what they want is instability in the region, and what they want is forces and organizations to fight US Western imperialism. It's not as simple. Like we've done enough incursions into the Middle East to recognize that it's not as simple as land and resources and governments and military troop numbers in the region that we're attempting to conquer. That's why the greatest fighting military the world has ever known has failed so dismally in Somalia, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, over and over again.
It's not that. It's because we never committed. You know you're going to have to sit here and
gotta pour more into it.
Yeah, listen, it's either... John McCain said this before we went into Afghanistan. Said if we actually want to change it, we have to stay there 100 years. Like, people like look at things on a short time scale. They're like, oh, yeah, whatever. I get it. Gaza, we won't even have to do that.
That was the argument of Charlie Wilson's war.
We won't even have to do that with Gaza because, one, if they're getting radicalized outside of that, basically terrorism is the last gasps of an ideology, right? That means it's dying out because we're winning.
What?
We're taking away the nation states.
What?
Yeah, we're taking away the nation states.
Why would that be?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think you just made that up as a
this
phrase that I just made up.
It's clearly not made up. It's absolutely true. We can look at it throughout history. Like, look at Nazis, right? They've committed all this shit. Like, since then, what have they done since then?
The South, the Black South Africans, like the Black South Africans did terrorism against like the apartheid South African state, and then they ended up winning eventually. And taking over. That wasn't the last guy.
Sure. Well, luckily here, there's a difference.
What's a communist revolution but acts of terrorism? Like, what are you talking about?
No,
literally every communist revolution that's ever occurred has been that way.
There's no way Hezbollah
has started with terrorist organizations.
Hold on, hold on. They're all going to get together. They're going to fight the greatest American power, like the power the world's ever seen. Absolutely not. They might be able to put
all of the American army in Gaza. Like, you're going to put
wait, you're being ridiculous. You're being hyperbolic.
What the fuck do you think 9/11 was, dude?
Oh no,
it was them fighting us.
So what happened? We wiped out two countries and took them over. Like, yeah, that was cool. Great KD ratio.
No, we didn't. The Taliban fucking controls Afghanistan.
Yeah,
controls Iraq. We got rid of Al-Qaeda pretty good, didn't we? They don't
Hezbollah attacks the base. Now we take over Lebanon.
Saddam Hussein, he's gone, and we got all the oil. So what do you mean?
Over Yemen. Why don't we just cut the middleman out? Shorten the time frame. Let's just bomb Iran and call it a day. Go to war with Iran right now.
And then Israel attacks the destroyer, and we take over Israel. Now we got Lebanon. Israel, we
have the power, we have the money, we are America. We're the greatest fucking country in the world. Why haven't we taken over the world?
Let's take over Iran too.
Why haven't we taken over the world yet?
It's
a slow breeding plan.
We need to. Okay. Wow.
We'll just take all that. We'll take all.
We're not looking at the long game, guys. In 150 years, we could take over the world.
I too play Paradox games. I know what you're talking about.
I'm saying
4D chess.
You gotta start somewhere.
What's that board game? The war board game where you take over the
Risk.
Risk. Yeah, Risk. It's the game of Risk. You just got get bonuses for the territories you already control, right? Expand.
Look, we pay so much for our military. You just want to let it sit gathering dust. Like we gotta flex our muscles a little bit.
Yeah,
we pay all this money.
I think like this is a revolutionary idea. Russia's
You're gonna buy a car and never drive it.
Taiwan. They just did it with Nepal.
Let's do what the Russians do.
I just want to know. I want to say this is why the Chinese propaganda works so well that Jackson Hinkle goes around with look, Americans spend their money on war while Chinese spend their money on the coolest bridges and rivers and fast trains in the fucking world. That's why the propaganda works, is because we actually do spend a lot that. It feels like that's our thing. Our thing in the world is we're the greatest country ever when it comes to war and we can take you over. But other than that, we're internally fucking
sociologic. This is a bit of an aside, but I just wanted to point this out to everyone watching. Whenever you see another Chinese or Russian drone footage video, right? Yeah. All you need to do, sociologic, you saw it. I didn't know that you did, but all you need to do, right? Watch the video. And you'll never unsee this once you see it. Just look at the roads and look how many cars are on the roads. Because you can see how socialism is retarded and how it builds all kinds of things that aren't actually demanded by the market and there isn't needed, and it's a waste of money. Because you see these drone shots and you'll just see roads and they'll have 2 cars on them and they'll be 3 lanes, and you're when they took this you'll never see that in a capitalistic nation, because roads get built because the roads are needed, and China just spends massive amounts of money to just build an unnecessary road.
You look at LA, it's just cars, no road.
There's no lost productivity there, right?
I mean, just to prove my point, though, you notice there's no Aztec terrorists going around right now because we wiped them out. We took over, we got in charge, we left the ones that were agreeable.
There's more. With measles,
there's more.
It was fucking measles wiped out the Aztecs. What the fuck are you talking about? That's how far back we're going?
Whatever works. There's no Aztec terrorists.
I also want to point out, I think it's important to point out, I think Ukraine is also, there's something here that's a U.S. imperialist project as well. I mean, did you guys see Zelensky? He's basically saying, hey, we're offering the U.S. our ore deposits, our mineral deposits.
After Trump said we want them.
Yeah,
because we're not fan of this. Big fan.
Yeah. Well, Trump said we want them for what reason?
Install them in fucking 2014.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of installing them, so we get some good concessions. Goddamn, bro. I don't know why we act we can't just call a spade. We have to dress it up. Listen,
I think RT would have you on.
If you put a hog in a dress and give it lipstick, it's still a fucking hog. We're over here trying to dress up our reasons. Listen, we should just be open. We're doing what's best for the U.S. instead of pussyfooting around. And guess what? Zelensky agreed when Trump said, "Give me your rare earth minerals." And he goes, "Hey, you know what? I would like to keep existing, so we're going to
give their farmland."
Wait,
farmland. I'm in.
America's doing what's best for America. You've been bitching for how long about this fucking Mexico? We can't even control the Mexicans coming in, and you think we're doing what's best for America by going to the other end of the world and
annex Mexico, and then we don't have to worry about the Mexicans coming in.
Problem solved.
Yeah.
And
we couldn't control the Mexicans coming in because the Biden administration didn't fucking want to control it.
Texas proved
we gave some incentives, and we very easily could secure this.
Let's go to Corey.
Out of curiosity, Gibbs, since your mentality is well, if you can do it, just go for it. So then, do you think China should just take over Taiwan since they can do it?
They could try.
You want to go down that road?
China,
we got more missiles there, though.
Look,
so.
Yeah, listen. I do want to say, you kind of set up this scenario in your opening statement, Corey, which could be potentially true if the tariffs are so devastating, right, that it cripples the U.S. economy. But China is way behind us in naval power, right? They have
they have more
by
subs
every metric.
They have more subs.
I believe
they have a lot of old Soviet old Soviet era subs.
I mean, when you look at
the when you look at the technology that they have, our aircraft carriers dwarf their aircraft carriers in capacity. When you look at how many seas, right? When you look at how many we have We dwarf them when you look at how they operate. Also, you have to understand that American aircraft carriers are nuclear powered, so their ability to fight offshore and to deploy is vastly superior. Our aircraft on the aircraft carriers are vastly superior. They've attempted to copy our aircraft designs and things of that nature, and they fucking suck at it. When you look at the experience, right? One of the reasons that America's naval power is so strong is because we can't stop doing aid missions and like fucking military missions, etc. The people that are in our military are way more experienced. Like every single metric that you can look at, America's naval power could take on Russia, China, and probably 20 other countries combined with very little problem given our current resources. Now, if the tariffs,
I reject that. Wholeheartedly.
I promise you,
okay,
America's naval superiority is overwhelmingly stronger than the Chinese. The only thing the Chinese have up on us is their drone carriers.
He's talking about combining all the militaries. Like maybe that might be a problem. They combine,
and they wouldn't be able to do it. We'd be taking about one at a time. Dominoes. We take out the top couple. Or you like some of the bottom five?
We could take on Korea, North Korea, China, Russia, couple other Eastern Bloc nations that decide to side with Russia, and Malaysia and Burma. We take it out. We could basically take on all of Southeast Asia plus Russia plus a few European nations with our naval power. No fucking problem. The only thing that occurs or changes the game is whether or not mutually assured destruction with nuclear warheads gets involved. But them not utilizing nukes, China doesn't have, they have no capacity to fight a naval war with America. They are so far behind us. It's just, they're not even 20%.
About opportunity. The Philippines, Vietnam's taking some land back. If that goes down, they're gonna be like China. Time to make China our bitch. Philippines, they got a score to settle. Like everybody's gonna turn on China. It's not like it's gonna be just us. If we go to war,
everyone's gonna turn on China.
Well, they made just as many enemies we have.
You can't.
You don't think Vietnam is chomping at the bit to go give them the hand if the U.S. clears the way?
I understand. It's difficult to predict, right? Take all of the guesswork out. The only argument that I am making, right? Let's not look at who sides with who or any of that. If you compare Chinese naval power in terms of steel, in terms of technology, in terms of experience, in terms of all available metrics compared to the U.S., we fucking dwarf them.
No, I reject that. I can totally recognize that.
It's just a fact.
I reject it. Okay, I'm curious what exact more objective measurements, okay, that you'd go by. Okay, in terms of I can grant you that the U.S. is probably technologically more advanced. I don't know that's by a mile or by. I don't think there's any other domain where China shows that they lag behind in any other technology significantly. Where it's just they're stuck in the dark ages, and the U.S. is
Didn't they just create a sun?
No.
And
hold on, I'll let you go. I'm sorry.
I'm not done. Okay, I recognize that as of now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in terms of aircraft carriers, probably the U.S. is more advanced. But in terms of raw numbers and capability, I believe China has 3. I don't know that they're actually far behind in terms of technology when it comes to what the U.S. has, and in terms of their ability to scale up. Okay, like I said in my opening statement, the ability I believe they also have more overall ships. Okay, but the U.S. ships tend to be bigger. But in terms of the overall raw numbers of fleet of ships, I believe China's now much significantly higher than the United States. And also in terms of shipbuilding capacity, China can pretty much the U.S. is a fraction of the shipbuilding capacity that the China is. As in, for every 300 ships that China builds, that includes cargo, that includes naval, the U.S. builds 1 ship. Okay. Now, if you think you compete with that in 10 years, I'd say
that's the problem. That's absolutely a problem. That's part of the reason we have the trade wars going on with China. We need to bring more shipbuilding to the United States. That is an area where manufacturing that the United States absolutely needs to invest into one way or another, right? But Corey, the thing that you're not factoring in here is the quality versus
I just want to
quantity. Hold on, 1 second.
Data.
I'm almost done. Quantity versus quality. Sure, they outnumber us, but look at Afghanistan once again. What's the KD ratio for one American soldier to how many talent? That's going to be the same thing with the ships. They're not even going to be able to see the aircraft carriers before we have our aircraft carriers take them out and locking them down. That's why they're developing.
So
that's why they're developing missiles to try and get them from on land, because they know they can't get past the carrier groups to even get to the carriers. Our reach is just so much longer.
So like when it comes to
It's not
destroyers, China has like 40,
Black Ops.
42 destroyers. US has 73 destroyers, right? And when it comes to cruisers, we don't know how many China has. We know that they have a couple. America has 22. When it comes to frigates, China has 59. We do have less frigates than them. We have about 35 frigates. Now, frigates are usually frigates are just not that valuable as anything other than escorting, right? So like the job of the frigate is to like escort other vessels, right? Now China has their corvettes, which are like really small. They we can shoot them out instantaneously, right? The smaller ships, no, I mean like one like a destroyer
can, like Gibbs, everything's just so easy.
Vaporize.
I would expect
when it comes to
argument actually, yeah.
When it comes to nuclear powered submarines, China has 6. We have 50. Right. When it comes to nuclear powered ballistic missile submarines, China has 4. We have 14. We have China has some diesel tech submarines, which is 46, which is where they get like their numbers of submarines being just as good as us, which is we've decommissioned ours. We don't use diesel submarines anymore because they're just not combat effective. When it comes to aircraft carriers, China has 2 and we have 11. Okay.
I think aircraft carriers
are China just built a new.
They have 3 right now, so I think you're looking at old data.
Yeah, they just built the new one, and we just built a new one, and the one that we have is fucking terrifying. It has for example, one piece of technology that China. One of the things.
3?
Yeah, but what is a super carrier? Hold on, what's a super carrier?
The super carrier that we have, right? The super carrier that we have is like we have magnetic rail technology that we have for takeoff and landing, which allows our aircraft carrier to put out like almost 3 times the amount of airships in the same amount of time that it takes one of theirs to put out one.
We actually have smaller types of carrier that equals the tonnage of the Chinese carriers, right? So we have 7 super carriers. Then we have other types of carriers that we have as well, and other like boats and shit that are kind of like hybrids of different things that are
China
at the same,
too, but
we're at the same size and the same tonnage as their mainline aircraft carriers. It's not even like a comparable thing. It would be like an aircraft carrier from World War II versus basically the USS Enterprise in terms of scale difference. Like it's not even close.
You think that the recent aircraft carrier that China built is like in the dark ages? I'm
saying basically. I'm not.
It's put together with toothpicks.
And they got toothpicks.
It's not the dark ages. The problem is that
the power difference.
The problem.
Goku versus Krillin.
It's not about the dark ages. The problem is that technological capacity, especially in warfare, is exponential, right? So if they're 10 years behind us, you think, well, that's not that big of a deal. But when we're talking about comparing aircraft carriers, I would say they're probably farther than that. I was being generous when I said 10 years behind. Sure. But the problem is that like the most recent aircraft carrier that we have is more than 3 times effective as their most recent aircraft carrier in terms of their ability to offput. Because I just gave the number, the reason, and the reason is that we have magnetic rails that allow us to shoot off to launch planes from both.
Let's say they don't have a hyper rail system with magnets like.
They can't. They don't have the technology yet to land, and they don't have the technology to land and to have takeoff using magnetic rails in terms of flight. So they have to use the entire deck. They have to use the entire deck to launch a plane.
Well, we know they're using a steam powered catapult system.
2 weeks ago, and they dropped it on the United States. Okay, I think the single biggest loss in market history. It's like I don't know that you want to underestimate all. Obviously, it's hard to know exactly what they have, but I don't think you always want to underestimate.
Yeah, don't underestimate your enemy.
No, I'm not underestimating them. What I'm saying is that you made a claim that a couple years of bad tariffs were going to have us demolished and incapable of matching the naval power of the Chinese. What I'm saying is that the Chinese are way behind us.
To be fair, you said we could take on, what was it, China, Russia, Malaysia,
I don't disagree with
all
this.
together.
Yeah.
We probably could.
I said that if you look at our naval power and you take out all other factors, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. We can control the coast for sure.
I think you guys should go research the naval power and the technology the U.S. military has, because I think you guys are just like, I don't know, maybe you don't have Republican dads or something, so you just like never got forced to watch videos and learn about like military shit.
No,
but I'm telling you,
you mean American propaganda?
The part that okay, so
I mean, we
the
just
thing
keep
that
proving
I
every war
originally reacted to, right, is that you said China, Russia, and like 20 other countries. Now,
yes, absolutely.
Okay, and then, but hold on. When you actually started listing the countries, right? Like I'm thinking in my head, what you mean are like the next highest like naval powers, right? So
yeah, no, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like we couldn't take on Australia, China, Russia, the UK, France. You know, like if we but even still, like any one or two of those countries combined don't stand a fucking chance. Now, the reality of war, right, is that a whole bunch of shit happens in war. I'm not saying underestimate them. What I'm saying is, Corey, I think you vastly underestimate the actual like military might of our Navy.
Corey, I don't think Jack could fit on a Chinese aircraft carrier.
Yeah, just like you rolled over Afghan. Like when has it ever lived up? Like we're just gonna roll over. Has it
hold
ever,
on,
like,
hold on.
that
We're talking about naval power. There's a difference between like Afghanistan, where you got to like dig them out of caves, and hey, I sunk your ship. Like once the ship is sunk, it's not like they're out there with the rowboats coming to get you. You know, like
so. Hold on. To be clear, right?
Destroyers and aircraft carriers are really fucking hard to sink, right? Like we have decommissioned aircraft carriers where we've done weapons testing on them, and like one of them, like we used all of our weapons and we had multiple ships firing on them, and it took like 3 days to sink the ship. Like the current technology in terms of missile technology and the ability to sink a ship that has that is fully manned and operational, it's really fucking difficult to sink.
The Russians aircraft carriers sunk in port.
We don't have the guidance of Kim Jong-un.
No big deal there.
I mean, we don't. Hold on, but like
Putin's famous
doesn't even Putin.
I actually lean towards Scott in this, right? And that like in terms of China and their naval cable, I've watched YouTube videos, okay? So it makes me an expert here, all right? So I'll let you know, right?
I have premium.
But I have like looked into like these comparisons, and in terms of a 1-to-1, like us and China, like we win. We win. Like especially we're talking strictly like a naval battle, right? Like when nukes get them all, things get
especially
crazy.
Naval battle, right? Like aircraft is a little closer.
Yeah,
troops
they can just throw people at us till we drown.
So I hear you. Like again, if your statement is, and you were more specific later on, that like, okay, it's China, but also like countries like Malaysia and like, I don't know,
Russia.
Well, that's assuming that all those countries would with China.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, that was me trying to pick countries that like could legitimately side with China if they invaded Taiwan. The UK isn't going to be like, you know what, we're fucking pro invading, you know, Taiwan for the Chinese now, right? Like,
fair.
And let's be honest, those countries would almost certainly be involved as well. Australia would be involved instantaneously.
Yeah, they hate
in Australia. And Australia is not a massive player, but they are a player in the region, right? Like we would have Australia's support.
I mean, India would probably like maybe take a pot shot too. It's not like they're friends with China either.
Yeah,
like,
India would probably try to stay neutral if they could.
Well, unless they get a land grab,
they would hope for China's destabilization, at least a little bit, a little destabilization.
Yeah, they like to make some land grabs their own now,
but not too much destabilization because they don't want like a refugee influx.
They probably indirectly help us, like sell to us and like host our ships and stuff, maybe.
The fact that we've gotten on this topic just showcases how fucking retarded it is that Trump's talking about making Canada the 51st.
But
that's better than Gaza. That's a better idea than
Gaza is a great idea because they're not going to be a state; they're going to be a special economic zone.
I wanted to try to.
I think it's better, but it's less realistic.
Yeah, so I
think Trump actually could do something in Gaza, taking over Canada's.
I actually think that would test ethnically cleansing almost 2 million people, I think would test our control over the UN. I think that might do it.
Not
I don't
to be
know.
a critical race theory,
Bro,
not
what do
to
you
be
mean?
a critical
China,
race
Russia
theorist
exists. Are you
or
kidding me?
fucking
Like-
commie here, but let's be honest, when like we can get away with bombing a lot of fucking brown people in the Middle East, it's not the same as bombing our fucking white neighbors.
No, I agree, but this is like a whole new level
What?
of like doing shit to brown people. This is picking up almost 2 million of them and moving them.
Yeah.
That's a huge undertaking, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not huge. I'm just saying trying to make Canada the 51st states bigger and less realistic.
I feel like what they can. We couldn't invade them, but we could figure something out, man. We could do it.
Yeah.
Just buy them, right?
Okay.
Give each Canadian $1,000,
Let's-
and they'll become American.
Sure, let's refocus.
Stimulus package.
Win the
yeah,
Gen
Someone's
Z
mad-
vote.
according to
No,
someone's
just give them a
mad-
stimulus
I need
package.
Launch
$1
a
billion.
USAID launches
Well-
some kind of CIA.
Well, look at
developed
annexing Panama. Think
program
about how
to
much money the average
propagandize them.
taxpayer would save if we annex Panama. No longer will the
How
U.S.
much
ships
we're
have to
The
pay.
plan is just the canal. We're not going to actually annex
No,
the
let's
whole
get the
country.
whole country, and then we can stop
Why?
evil dictators from being put into power by drug cartels, and we'll have a tourist spot, and we can also build a wall at the bottom part of Panama, and that'll stop immigration from the southern
Everyone is so
countries.
sure that every place would be a great tourist spot, right? Like, yeah, maybe
Well, Panama
in
is a
200,
nice tourist spot
in
already.
200 years,
Panama's already nice.
after we've like seen successive generations be Americans, like you were saying, like it takes like
Well,
a
hold on,
century
Panama
to do this,
Panama
right?
already is a
Um,
tourist spot.
Oh,
for the
yeah,
man.
yeah, but right now we're not in control of the country. Not right now. We're not occupying them, right? And when we're
I conquered
occupying
them.
them, now
We
we have
conquered them in
worldwide
5 days
global-
last
Now
time.
we have to. Those same hotels
Last time.
are
When was
gonna
that?
be like terrorist bombed, right? Just like they do in like fucking Kenya sometimes, right? Like they'll like terrorist bombs. It'll be a lot less like a wonderful and sunny, right? Great, because there'll be smoke filled like from all the like the explosions happening in those luxury districts. Like, what are you talking about?
Nobody's
Like,
going to be. No, listen, that didn't happen last time when you controlled Panama. That's not going to happen
When
now.
was
In fact,
that?
Panamanians are very sympathetic to this.
In the 80s,
That was 99.
late 80s.
It was 90. It was 90
It
and
was like
89.
89.
Yeah,
Gibbs,
not
but they
December
would have
89.
Gibbs, but they would have Second Amendment rights.
Right
If
now,
they came to
hey,
America.
hold on. Sure, we can give them second, or once again, special economic zone until they prove themselves. But like I said, like they can, like listen.
The
There's
Second
a large
Amendment goes only so
segment.
far. I see.
There's,
Okay.
there's a large.
You
Wait,
found
hold
your
on.
limit.
I'm
All right.
open-minded. I'm open-minded. You know, but we got to prove themselves. There's already a large segment of Panamanians that are supportive of us annexing. Like literally, there was protests recently outside that were violent protests between their far left and then the Trump supporters there that are like, hey, you know, y'all should become, y'all should like, the U.S. has done a lot for us. So there's clearly already
I
support
have
in
the
Panama.
inverse opinion. No, I have the inverse opinion, right? All of a sudden, if we're taking over Panama, like now I want to arm every single man, woman, and child there, right? And we'll just see what happens. We'll just see what happens.
Well, yeah, that's going to lead to
occupying
more.
them.
That's
I think
going to
that'd
lead
be a lot
to.
of fun.
You're gonna-
I think it'd be a lot
What
of
do
fun.
you think
Brian,
wins that? The
But
Panamanians or the?
no, just like
why would you want them to
that'd
be
a
radical?
perfect experiment for the Second Amendment. Like I'm saying, like you guys want to
Brian.
add more guns to the world, like I want to too. Let's do it in Panama.
Yeah, but hold
if
on.
we
See, you're all,
occupying it.
see, the
I don't want it in
difference
the
is you're
hands
trying
of people that we just
hold on.
recently annexed.
Yeah,
That's
hold
it.
on. The other thing
That
is
might
you're
be a smart
actually
idea, like to it. That
This
might
is
be
what's funny though is you're actually like trying to
Brian-
destabilize. What we're suggesting is we integrate them, and once they're integrated, then they can have Second Amendment rights.
Yeah,
You're over here
yeah.
trying to purposely
Once we
destabilize.
have
and
enough white
prevent
people
success.
there. Once we have enough white
Why
people
does it got to
there.
be then? Why can't it be
No,
just
no.
like the second gen of all these people that have benefited from American capitalism?
No, well, it's not going to be a second generation. It got to be at least a third generation, right? Like you have to.
Nah, they already like us.
100% no. The second generation gets stories from the first generation of what it was like
It's going to
before
be
the occupation.
America came in, we got
you
rich.
literally have at least 3 generations. Like you have to be 3 generations deep where people have a break, right, from like the old order. And they are just like used to like this is the way it's been. It's way as far as I can.
You don't
remember,
think
as
that
far as
the
my
average
parents can remember.
Panamanian would benefit
Like,
if we suddenly were
like,
like, you don't have to
it
deal with the rest of
needs-
Latin America's problems no more?
Hold on, but
You're
hold on,
US.
hold on.
Like,
why
they
are
would
you
be like,
saying-
hey, this
hold on,
is
why are you
nice.
saying this? This contradicts your previous statements. When you said 100 years for what was it?
Well, that's a
Afghanistan or
different
whatever,
country.
right?
They're not similar to Panama.
That was Afghanistan. Different brown. It's a
It-
different
it's-
brown
It's
prime.
a different
Different-
culture.
different
Like,
of
but hold
brown.
on,
This
with
type of brown is
Panama,
more-
most of
Muslim
Panama's
Muslim browns
problem.
are harder
Hold
to
on,
control.
but there's
than
also
the-
Yeah,
this
we're a little
aspect.
bit more
Hold on,
boom boom.
hold on. There's another thing that's going on here. Panama,
We're pro-Second
most
Amendment,
of
you know?
most of its problems are from the other surrounding Latin American countries. If we came in and said suddenly, hey, Panama, your citizens are going to benefit from everything that happens here. We're building walls on either side. The money from the canal is going to go into our economy. And
people always
they will
want
have freedom. There'll be a freedom as Americans, and they'll have freedom not to deal with the rest of Latin America.
They want to be freedom as Panamanians.
And that's going to be nice.
And
it's going to be nice.
Not to have to speak English. And to I don't know, do all the things that Panamanians do. I don't know. I've never been to Panama. I'd like to go sometime.
To be fair, in Puerto Rico, they speak Spanish there, and they're still
it's both. Yeah, it's both.
Okay, hold on. Doobie. I see you, Scott. I'll go after. Hey, Doobie, you still there, friend? He's completely checked out.
The advantage of not being on cam, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Well, Doobie, if you can hear us, I'd like to direct a question at you later on. I'll check in with you, friend. All right. Well, then let's go to friend Scott.
Yeah. So you're gonna hate this, but I'm obviously speaking descriptively, not prescriptively. I don't want to take over Panama, but the problem here is that we do have a treaty with Panama. Okay. And the treaty allowed us to help build, maintain, and secure the Panama Canal for like 10 years. Okay. Now, the Panama Canal Authority that is in charge of the Panama Canal, in order for them to maintain control over the Panama Canal, they have to abide by the treaty that essentially says that it has to be completely neutral and that there can't be any one nation or country that has like it gets weird in legal theory about like how we might interpret like undue influence or favoritism, etc. But there is a lot of evidence to suggest that China has been granted special access, special privileges, that they have ports nearby the Panama Canal that allow them to have more power and control over the region, and that these taxes and things of that nature that they institute are certainly influenced by China, etc. Now, I say all of this because the treaty also says that the United States reserves the right at any one point in time, according to this treaty, to utilize our Navy to go in and to enforce neutrality in the Panama Canal. Okay, we have the right in the treaty at any one point in time to show up and say, you're not enforcing neutrality. You have too many Chinese
in terms
ports
of
here.
Shipping, in terms of what exactly? Could you explain that in neutrality?
In terms of like who can go through the Panama Canal, how many of their ships can go through the Panama Canal, who gets priority and access and going through it, right, et cetera. So there is an argument to be made, especially if like our intelligence agents or apparatus can prove Chinese influence with ports, et cetera, that Panama violated that treaty. If you can showcase that Panama violated the treaty, because we hold veto power in the United Nations, we can even if it's not like a strong case, we can pretty much reassert dominance whenever the fuck we want in Panama and not face that much repercussions. Of all of the scenarios, Greenland, Canada, Gaza, Panama is the most realistic in terms of Trump just being able to show up with the Navy. And then when people start freaking out in the UN, being like, look, here's what our intelligence agents have about Chinese influence in Panama. They violated the fucking treaty. It's our turn to reassert control, etc. So as much as I obviously don't want that, and I obviously don't want like an invasion of Panama or whatever, right? Like we could pretty easily take over Panama without them even having like justification.
Well, we'd have to.
They're already leaving the Belt and Road, by the way, under U.S. pressure. So
Panama,
like
really,
Panama was part of the Belt and Road Initiative, but I think like 3 or 4 days ago, they said we're dropping. We're not going to be in it anymore.
That's interesting.
Because Chinese are building ports as part of the Belt and Road.
Yep.
And giving them kind of like there's an issue of like, are the Chinese in control of this? Do they have undue influence? Right. And this is Trump trying to say, fuck off, China.
Yeah.
We have a treaty.
Influence.
We have a treaty.
We
rebuilt the fucking canal.
Goddamn right.
Right. Like America.
But I'm sure they
it
have.
Costs a lot of lives.
Too.
It costs a lot of lives. It costs a lot of people.
Yeah, and because we kind of like, first of all, Panama wasn't the ideal spot.
I'm not saying it's right.
Right.
Just for the record.
Yeah, but I'm not saying you guys are supportive of anything. But Panama wasn't the place.
I'm kind of saying I think we should have the canal. I am sort of saying that. Yeah.
What? Sorry. What are you saying?
I think that the U.S. should have control of the Panama Canal. I think
Okay.
just the canal itself. I think that is well within U.S. security and trade interests.
Yeah. So the Panama Canal. So I haven't done enough like research to like understand like.
Well, the state wouldn't exist without the canal. So you mean by default, he also means Panama.
Oh, Panama,
just the canal. Just the canal.
Okay, I don't know about that. I don't know.
Well, okay,
it's the canal. Oh, hold on. We reserve the right to protect and control if they violate the treaty. Not only the canal, but anything 10 miles within the canal.
So, like,
right, so that is a big chunk of.
Let me give some history.
It's just not able to stay afloat as a country without the canal.
No, they can. So this is the history. This is I did not look this up today. This is just based on memory. Okay. So back when we had the canal, it was part of called like the U.S. Special Canal Zone, and there was like a zone that we controlled that basically consisted of the canal and some. It may have been 10 miles, but there was some like distance outside of the canal that the U.S. also controlled. And we had like fencing there. It was very similar to Gitmo, where we had like a fence there and a wall there, and we controlled it. And there, like the other country was on the other side, and they did their own shit. Jimmy Carter, there was some protests, which by the way were relatively mild protests from the Panamanians on one side of the fence. Like there really wasn't that much violence. There wasn't like any kind of mass shootings or anything like that. It was some mild protests, and Jimmy Carter like basically caved to nothing. Like it was sort of like his idea of maybe perhaps what he thought was right or what he thought is, they deserve it or whatever, because he signed that over relatively quickly when there really wasn't that much pressure to do so. So that's why a lot of people give him shit for doing that, because it didn't really make much sense, just geopolitically speaking, and there wasn't a huge amount of pressure to do it either. So I do think that, given the history there, given what the U.S. invested there, I think that like having control of the canal is the U.S. canal zone. And look, giving, I'm not talking about any kind of populated areas. I'm saying that the canal zone should be U.S. and we should give freedom of access to Panamanians who want to cross over the canal, obviously, to get to the other side of their country. I'm fine with that. I'm not saying like put people under, jurisdictions that they don't want to be under. But the canal itself that the U.S. created, I think it makes sense to be under U.S. control.
I'm more so. What I was going to say is that like I haven't done the necessary research to properly understand like the ins and outs of like the shipping disputes here, right? That I can see them possibly being legitimate, right? Of everything that Trump has said, I can see them actually being legitimate. But I'm not going to like weigh in on that. But still, like in and of itself, like just examining the idea on its own, I am more sympathetic to the U.S. Taking control of that. Or I honestly would rather that we didn't like directly take control. I feel like there must be a middle ground here, right? Like the Panamanians are control, but maybe we could just like rework whatever policies are in place, right? Maybe like if there's a board controlling the canal, like put more U.S. representatives on that board to like
joint control or something.
Yeah. Like I mean, I feel like there's a way to
like
do it.
threatening to take it over, and then immediately they're like, "Oh fuck, we'll get rid of the Chinese Belt and Roads."
I mean, what's more humane?
I hear you.
It's kind of what happened.
What's more humane to Panama, right? Like, if we take away their biggest resource earner, and we just control these like area around it, like that country's gonna start.
Why do you have to change? But even then,
but hold on. Versus, we could just like extend a few more miles. We got the whole country.
We don't have to. We don't. Okay.
Everybody wins.
Why do all of that, Gibbs? Right? Like again, there's.
We're already going to be there doing the one.
Hold on. There are plenty of options between like a full military lockdown of the canal, right? And like our current situations. This is what I'm saying, right? Like whoever the controlling body is of the Panamanian canal, we could have more representatives there, right? Or maybe like, yeah, we'll say like now this is under the official management of the United States, but like we have joint control, and maybe the revenue sharing, right, doesn't change. Like the Panamanians can actually keep the revenue that they're getting now, right, or maybe even increase it as a benefit, right? But for not fighting us on this, we'll even increase your revenue share of like what comes to the canal, right? But we'll have a more favorable routings, like American ships will have more priority or whatever the dispute actually is, right? There's all kinds of ways we can do that, but for troops on the ground, like fencing off, like if you come onto this territory, you will be shot. There's a lot of space between there.
Yeah,
I'd be okay letting them on the land, right?
Thank you.
Like you could have like some kind of freedom of access agreement. You could have U.S. employees there. I mean, it could work out. And I agree.
That's not better. Like that's not better for the average citizen. Like, okay, you could structure.
It has to do with what they'd accept, Gibbs.
Oh, and they would. I'll tell you what they would accept is whatever we decide to do. Like that's the facts, right? Like you have to live with.
Sure.
You know what their military
I'm talking to you.
They have 30,000. They have 30. Well, first of all, they already have a large segment of the community in Panama that is supportive of us just annexing them, right? Like, first of all, the benefits they would have would be wonderful. It's already a small country, and then guess what? You could have freedom of transversal across the whole area. And guess what? Here's a big one. They're sick of all their problems from their neighbors. And we just built 2 walls up on either side. Oh, the average problem for the Panamanian person there is going to disappear overnight. They're going to become much more wealthy. They're going to be much happier. And it's going to be best for everybody. And guess what? We'll also stop the migration from all these failed communist states down in South America. You know, it's just all around.
I will give you one point. I will give you, I think that the question, so the Panama Canal is immensely profitable, right? Like whoever controls the Panama Canal makes a fuck ton of money. And this is part of the reason why I think that it's bullshit that the US spent all this money and all these lives creating this and then basically handed this golden goose over to the Panamanians who've been profiting off of it ever since. It is incredible. Like it is not a expenditure or a loss to have the Panama Canal. They are charging the ships that go through the Panama Canal exorbitant fees and then putting those fees into the government budget. That's like the biggest reason why the Panamanians don't want to give up the canal. Now, Gibbs, if your argument is we just like turn the whole thing into U.S. territory, they would probably be more amenable to that if we also promise that the territory gets to keep the proceeds from the canal, but they are a U.S. territory. I mean,
we could structure something like that, and then we could also we would eliminate all the fees for the U.S. ships that go through for like the tax because they have to charge, and then we could just charge other countries. It'd be wonderful. All that money could go there to benefiting those people as Americans, just like Texas does, where we tax oil at the tap.
It's sort of a similar idea.
Yeah. Okay. DB, you there, friend?
Jesus.
The
frog has abandoned you.
Oh no!
No.
I feel bad. Okay.
I need you. You make the smarter arguments. You make my arguments smarter.
Well, hopefully he can still hear us. Maybe he's talking with his lovely wife, or having sex with her. He might actually just do that during our panels. We don't know. We actually don't know what David gets up to.
I'd be mad if he was farming content, but it's not like he's streaming. So like whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if he was a streamer and he was in there, I'd be like, hey, bitch, like why are you being invited? You're just siphoning views.
But
he's not.
To his politics Discord.
He's saying he's been here the entire time, but his wife needs help, so he has to drop off. Like an asshole. Indeed, like an asshole. All right, GB, I miss you and I love you. And I still want to talk with you. We haven't talked in a long time, GB. You hear me, friend? We haven't talked in a long time. Okay, it's fine. Have a good one, friend. All right, let's go to our friend Aiko, who is here. And are you naked? Like are you like bare chested? What's going on here?
No, he's wearing a shirt.
What's a shirt?
Oh, it's like
What does this look like?
And
it does kind of look like
he's got a foggy camera. You got the sex appeal right now with the foggy camera, you know?
Yeah, it was like flesh color to me. Like I don't know. Sorry.
That was a Freudian slip.
Look at that! Look how sharp I am now.
Okay.
Okay,
I can use anything to increase the views. Okay, I'll accept it. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, let the people know.
This isn't even a flesh-colored like shirt. I don't know.
The camera was steamy.
This
the camera
looks like white skin is pretty pink to me.
You did accuse me of going on a date in the first half of the show. So.
I did. I did do that. Friend. So we are talking about the topic. First of all, do you have an opening statement on the topic? Thoughts?
Are we talking about the Panama Canal right now, or are we talking about more broad?
Imperialism in general.
Yeah, you can talk about any.
Do you remember Jimmy Carter giving away the canal, Aiko?
I do. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't all that. I mean, yeah.
It was controversial at the time from those on the right too, but at the time, conservatives were, sort of more aggressive internationally. Like they didn't have the isolationist bent that MAGA pretends to have. And so it didn't seem like as much of a contradiction on the right as it does now, right? But the idea now that, I'm a nationalist, I'm isolationist, I don't want to get involved in other people's wars. And I want to go all over the world and take their shit. Sort of like that seems a little bit contradictory to me,
So it's called America First. It's not isolationism. There's a big difference.
The problem is he went to the United Nations and said America First doesn't mean America only, and then he tried to argue that every other country should argue that they should be first because that's like the way things should be, right? Like Canada should be Canada first, and Panama should be Panama first, and those are the arguments that he made.
Well, Canada should be 50 first.
He doesn't seem to be making that argument.
Well, he is making. Hold on, he is making that argument because he's like, hey, you can do this, put yourself first, and we're obviously going to put ourselves first, and that doesn't mean our.
And whoever has more guns, so I guess a little just
and
like
guess what? Surprise, superpower, us. You're going to make the deal we want.
I go. So when he gave away the Panama,
you
said it was controversial at the time.
Yes.
I mean, what was some of the what was some of the arguments, I guess, against that? What were some of the
well, there weren't. I mean, here's the argument. Like when we built the Panama Canal, it was already built into the original contract that we would give it back to Panama after a certain amount of time. But the amount. There you go. And so that didn't happen. And so it came time to set a date at which it actually would have to happen. And that's what Carter did. Carter set a date. And the date was later than the original contract. So he was actually extending it out further than where it was. But the argument was that once you make your initial investment back, the argument for taking, first of all, it wasn't the United States that decided to build this thing in the first place. It was the French, but the French finally had enough after enough people had died and the costs had built up greatly. They stopped, and then we took over, and then we basically said we want to make our investment back, and when we make our investment back, we still benefit from its existence, so we like that, but the world will be able to trade with it, and the world will be a better place because at the time it was believed that trade makes the world a better place. If everyone gets to, what's the old saying? If goods do not cross the borders, armies will. Yeah. And this is something that will allow us to allow goods to travel throughout the world. That'll give us peace, and peace, of course, benefits everyone, including the United States. And so once we get our initial investment back, we'll continue to benefit from the very fact that trade exists. And, that's how it's justified. And, they are a sovereign country. At the end of the day, we made promises when we built it that we wouldn't use it as a land grab. And up until now, we've kept that promise.
Well, there's obviously the other end of the promise, right? Which is that they would remain neutral, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not saying I'm in favor of fucking invading Panama. Let me be clear. Right. But there is the argument that they would remain neutral. And so being a part of China's Belt and Road Initiative, having Chinese ports being built there, and potentially giving favoritism towards the Chinese would be a violation of that as well on their end. Right. And so is there an argument from the nation state kind of system of contracts that Trump could go in and reassert control? Now, there's no argument that then gives him the right to invade Panama. I mean, maybe there is an argument, but it's not a good one. But then again, I don't believe, in contracts between nation states anyways. But there is that argument that, if they don't fuck off, which they have with the Belt and Road Initiative, and maintain neutrality, that we can reassert control of the region.
I mean, the problem is, though, and this is a big one, is that a lot of this stuff that, Iko, you spoke about comes from a more idealistic time. Now we've existed, and now we see people are taking advantages. This is a weak link in the American system. We need to just go in and take it back. Our trade depends on it. We can benefit the Panamanians. We can let the profits from the canal go towards improving their area. Everybody benefits. We can stop mass migration right there from South America. They can stop the migration that people are going to want to be coming in to Panama because of all the economic boom. I think this is a win-win all around. I don't know why this isn't really debated. there's a large segment that would be pro-U.S. rule already. You act like they've just had it so good, and they're just like super idealistically different from the United States. But they're not. They're not over here. They're not communists. They're basically capitalists for all intents and purposes. Maybe a little more left than some, but they're a small group of people. They're not. It's just like it's all wins. It's all wins. And the people that are sitting here going, "Oh, hey, well, it's mean." Well, guess what? The world, I'm sorry, the world is mean. Russia and China have definitively proved that it's not business as usual. Borders don't mean shit. They keep conquering shit, and we keep going, oh, well, here's the next red line. It's about time America was like, you know what? Why don't we just start doing what's best for us? Because the best for the world would be to be all American. That's what it's what.
It's like,
okay, but
global American.
It's so tiring, but how is it all wins when like your kid's dead? How is it all
how many people did it die? How many
when...
soldiers died when we invaded Panama last time? I think it was like 26. I'm sorry, that's sad. But if it only cost us, let's say like under 1,000.
Your argument
Americans,
is it's all wins, so we got to count the Panamanian deaths
cool.
as well.
So I guess let's count it. I'm sure there's going to be a very small number of deaths comparatively to most wars in other places. They have barely any military. The military is going to just roll over when we show up with the drones. They're like, oh God, we don't want any of this. Lord, dear Lord, they're over here.
No, not the drones.
They're sitting in machete missiles that only will kill our generals. Man, you know what? Maybe when we don't want to piss these guys off and get glassed, so they're going to roll over. That we might not even have to have any American troops die. That's just on the first initial wave.
We've done this already to like
I don't know why we haven't done this to Panama already. It's a good question.
We could use Agent Orange to clear out the jungle.
Standing out the street waiting to get macheted.
Gibbs, even if we just hit them overnight, they won't even know what happened.
Even if I were to do an internal critique of your moral framework, right? Which is that like I don't care how many people die, so long as we get better out. So long as we get better outcomes in the end, right? Even if I grant you that, which obviously I don't, but for the sake of argument, I will, right? You have to recognize that every military action against sovereign nations, right, it comes at a cost beyond just the initial cost of the war and the lives that are dead, right? Like you have to, at the very least, like if you're going to make this argument that it's all wins and that it's all good for everybody, you have to at the very least make the argument. Like you're not even you're not even giving evidence or reasons as to why this would actually benefit the world. You're just saying America good. We'll fucking take it over.
America.
We'll tax the whole world. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That I agree would be a good proposition. If we use the benefits from the canal there, with the benefits economically overall for the United States would be now we don't get taxed on the shipping as much. So then they would just basically benefit from all the other shipping, which is still a substantial amount. That would go directly back into that area. Those people would benefit economically. That's one way right there. It's a huge win for everybody. They also, I gave another example.
For everybody? For everybody?
Great point.
Not the people being taxed. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, the other taxes. They're already charging tariffs. Not tariffs. They're already charging per ship that goes through. Yeah, they're already going through. They're already going. This is already happening. We can just keep the standard tax or whatever they use for the thing on everybody at U.S. shipping. You're acting like this isn't already happening, bro. Like these other countries, fuck them. They've been taking advantage of us for years.
And more hot Latinos.
Yeah, and more hot Latino Panamanians. Great. I like that. Big fan.
Now you have now you have a new argument, which is.
It's not a new argument,
right? Like your original argument is that it's a win for everybody.
Day one. Well, no, it's fuck the other countries.
For me.
My argument's been a win for Panamanians and it's a win for U.S. These other countries, who gives a fuck? Whenever they get to be the superpower, then maybe I can care about their opinions. Till then, fuck them.
Aiko, you want to say something?
Yeah, so I am a little bit interested because I know in the original prompt we talked about it talks about USAID. And I think that sort of links to the way the conversation is going here. At least some people were saying, well, because of Belt and Road offering, Panama stuff, they may get better rates on crossings. I looked it up before I came up here, and they're not paying different rates than we are. However, Chinese ships tend to be bigger, like higher volume, and you do get like on a per like cubic area basis, you do pay less rates for having a larger ship. So maybe that's just sort of hiding the fact that that policy is in place because
it is clearly
bigger ships. That could easily be the case. In which case, we can sort of renegotiate these things. But I just want to point out that the reason Belt and Road, what Belt and Road does right now is it competes, and it competes against because Belt and Road Initiative is an initiative to go out and give different countries money for working with China in a variety of ways, whether it gives them like their mineral resources or does stuff like this. And now we're not going to be able to compete with Belt and Road at all, right? Because USAID is the main way in which we competed against Belt and Road. Now, maybe it gets replaced by something else. I mean, we do know that he's congressionally mandated to spend the funds that go to USAID. So maybe, he just eliminates USAID and the State Department sort of reallocates those funds in different ways. And maybe Rubio does an amazing job of competing with Belt and Road on that basis. I don't know. But I do know that a lot of this foreign aid that people don't want to see get spent is specifically competing with them. So if people are worried about Belt and Road being the thing that gives China favorable concessions on a variety of fronts, then maybe we should be looking at how we can use our foreign aid sort of effectively.
Right, but Belt and Road and USAID are. It's not like we're trading favors with nations so that like we can build them up and then they'll like us, right? It's what we're doing is what everyone is doing is they're going into nations with less economic power and putting them into debt cycles and gaining favorable terms and then fucking these places.
Precisely that.
Would you say
that's what Belt and Road does?
Yeah. Okay.
Belt and Road does the same
precisely
thing.
What
it's putting them in debt cycles, and they pay off those debts by giving them in this
right.
Case
I'm not
the
saying
USA doesn't do that.
I'm not saying right. I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is that it's an important context to recognize that both USAID and Belt and Roads are like not these like wonderful, oh my God, we're feeding the Africans programs. These are programs to purchase power and to leverage power to destroy like the sovereignty of nations and bring them under political control in this kind of like
in this struggle
for power.
That's my point. That's Gibbs wants to do that, right? Gibbs' argument is that USA doesn't do that. So I mean, you guys have two very different perspectives on that. But what I'm saying is
USAID obviously very much does that.
I think.
I'm not saying we should keep USAID the way it is now. All I'm saying is we need some way of dealing with these countries to disincentivize them from taking the deal that Belt and Road is offering for them. And if we're not doing that, if we're like saying fuck off, then we shouldn't be surprised when they turn around and make these deals with China and they get the better rates for canal crossings.
I mean,
or China gets their resources.
Right,
like we shouldn't be surprised when that happens.
What do you mean? Are you saying that we need
I want to respond to
leverage them into client states?
I want to respond. We had USAID and they still joined Belt and Road, so clearly that wasn't working. And then Trump got elected, and then now they're no longer part of Belt and Road.
Checkers.
Well, okay,
right.
Yeah,
clearly, hardball.
Belt and Road
USAID
is USAID couldn't be everywhere, all right. And Belt and Road was going to the places where we weren't, and saying, or even places where we were, and saying, listen, you'll get a better deal from us than you will from the United States. And that's the competition that's going on, right? Like, just because Burger King, sells a bunch of burgers doesn't mean that McDonald's isn't also selling burgers. Like, they're in competition with each other. But if all of a sudden, Burger King stops selling burgers, you can expect more people to go to McDonald's. I mean, it's not going to be rocket science.
Well, no, I understand. I understand what you're saying, but like what I'm saying is like now, at least in the maybe it's different for different countries. But in the context of Panama, like we've stopped selling burgers in the sense of USAID, and we shut down the opposing burger stand because Panama left Belt and Road. They've announced that they're leaving Belt and Road, and it wasn't because of USAID. It was because of U.S. other forms of U.S. power. They seem to be more effective. I almost wonder if like the lofty goals of USAID could be accomplished better by Marco Rubio and the State Department, which is, I think, what Trump.
Well, I just said.
Well, I mean, to be fair, USAID is basically a front for the CIA to like infiltrate areas and leverage threats against them. So, I mean, it's not all that different from this.
This is a little too much. Okay, so I didn't really get to address this last time because we're dealing with lots of things, right? And like I didn't have the bandwidth to deal with it at that point. But yes, USA, you'll get no pushback from me, and that like it's been a front for CIA operations. It has been a path to indebt countries, or to even undermine their like economies, right? Like let's say if you flood in some like West African country, right, with like rice, that is like low cost or completely free, well then that means like their own rice growers or whatever the staple is, like they can't compete, right? So those people who might be farmers who might have otherwise grown their own crop for their country, like they can't actually compete with like free or next to free, and so like then they're not farmers, and then so now you're relying on this other country to provide you with those crops. So I acknowledge all of that, okay. But beyond that, it doesn't mean that USAID was not doing projects that were absolutely good, right? That like kept people alive in desperate situations and providing it in areas that actually really need it, like a war-torn area. USAID absolutely did things like provide immunization efforts, right, to educate populations on like how to take care of themselves in terms of health, right? Like precautions. Like there's a whole list of things that USAID has done. And now what's happened, right? So your objections to this, the objections that I've heard from before, is that yes, well, it was a front from the CIA to pull missions out, to perform missions, and it put people in countries in debt peonage. Well, none of that's gonna stop, right? Like if the United States does not, under Doge, does not have an interest in doing that, like it's going to do that under the State Department, right? Under any other apparatuses that we can use to interact with a foreign nation, we're going to do the exact same thing. It'll just be more dispersed, right? It'll be harder for us as outsiders, right? Outsiders to the federal government to actually find it, but they're still going to do that. But now we lost a front-facing, right, generally positively viewed apparatus, being USAID, that we're using to exercise this soft power. That's what we've lost. I'm not sure what exactly we've gained in this situation, but please respond.
The money.
I mean, so
we're saving.
So like
we're not saving, but we're still use it.
We're not saving. We have to use it, right? We have to use the money that
congressionally mandated. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, sure.
Yeah, so
well, there's there's arguments about that. Like you don't have to spend.
You mean the anti-separations of power tweet that came from Vance?
No, I'm talking about you don't have to spend like fraud. Like you would agree that if it turns out that like some significant portion of the budget is or the expenditure is being spent on fraud, you wouldn't be mandated to like spend that money on fraud, right?
No, I'm not saying. I already said that just because they're getting rid of USAID and it's being moved into the State Department doesn't mean that Rubio can't make some brilliant move that means that all this money is being spent in a more above board way that's more effective for foreign policy or whatever. Like I left open the possibility for that. I somehow doubt that that's what's going to happen, but I certainly do think that there are ways in which USAID was being abused. Although, again, I think Gibbs would say that's not abuse. I think he would just say it was ineffective and he wishes it was more effective. But I would say that certainly I don't think that we're better off with those countries shifting to Belt and Road from what we're doing. Like if we're not going to give them, if Rubio wants to turn around and give all those same countries the same money, but just make it cleaner, then okay, then I'll take your point. I'm not convinced yet that that's what's going to happen, though.
Well, I think
so.
I think that he could do that, and that it'd be arguably cleaner. But then there's also
I would give him credit if he did that.
But right. What I think that could happen, or what could happen is they could ask for a rescission of the funds, and that would be a win to save that much money if we're able to get.
Well, again, that's something that they would have. When you say ask,
it would have to go through Congress. It would have to go through Congress, right? But Republicans have a majority. It's not impossible.
They have a majority, but there are a lot of neocons in Congress still who want to see that money spent.
I feel like getting the rescission, like for some of it, would be pretty hard among the neocons, but not for like the
maybe if they trade them
stuff.
For something.
I think like the trans opera stuff. I think you could probably get at over 50 Republicans on board with that. And because it's a budgetary item, I don't think you need a 60 vote majority.
So I think the problem here is that a lot of people don't understand how the CIA operates with USAID and how that actually works, because understanding like so to Prime's example and to Lactoid's example, let's answer both these questions with the same example, right? Like a trans opera. And you're like, well, what the fuck is that? And you have Elon and you have a lot of Republicans saying, oh, USAID has just been used to like fund leftist bullshit, etc. We hate this. This is like, why are we spending all this money on some trans opera bullshit? And so the way that USAID is actually working here is that the intelligence apparatus, or, you know, the State Department, you know, NGOs that work with them, they all have this same phrase that they use, right? Which is a whole of society approach. We need to do a whole of society approach. And you hear this other phrase was our democracy, for the good of democracy. Now, when they say democracy, they don't mean that a country elects representatives. What they mean is that there is a core of democratic institutions that they believe prop up, you know, the system of like democratic values, etc. Okay, so they're talking about the media, they're talking about liberal institutions, they're talking about NGOs and charities and church organizations, they're talking about you know, politicians and political campaigns. And so when you see like $200,000 to some trans orchestra somewhere, or you see money to some university for some dumb study, they're not funding the study because the study's important. They're funding the university in competition with other universities so that that university that more aligns with our neoliberal, woke, whatever fucking current cultural institution bullshit is being funded so that that gains new students, more power, more cultural influence. That's how USAID kills two birds with one stone, where they're engaged in sometimes what appears to be legitimately good work, but they're making sure that the money flows to institutions that they want to gain power in a region that allows them to kind of fight against Chinese or Marxists or whatever other you know, power players are there. You know, I brought this up in the last time we did a Prime Guys panel, right? But like Mark Milley wrote a, you know, a kind of hypothetical in his 2021 document from Air Force Special Forces Command, where he talks about how the way that we can use USAID is we find some Chinese billboard. We find out that there's a Belt and Road Initiative real estate project, and we find out that they're also going to have a port in a West African nation. So what we'll do is we'll use USAID to make a job fair program to give jobs to beleaguered African people, but we're going to specifically target Chinese employers, and we'll destroy 60% of their workforce to create tensions in the program so you see on paper job fair program, jobs went to African people that needed, oh my God, so good. But what we're actually doing is destroying a real estate development project. Yeah. And then we're utilizing NGOs to start race riots in the country to destroy the country.
But we acknowledge that. First of all, Sean, thank you on YouTube. Thank you for gifting a YouTube membership. That was like 8 minutes ago. All right. I think that's an acceptable time frame.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Thank you so much. And guys, support the channel. If you haven't done so yet, start supporting the channel, sub to the channel, get bits, good subs if you're liking this conversation, or super chats. We'll react to those super chats to consider helping us out that way. But back to this. Yeah, sure. Acknowledged is why I started that.
Right. So all right. I'll one or two sentences to come full circle. So the problem here is that both us and China engaged in this competition. A lot of this competition is how can we fuck over the development of this country and destroy them as a nation and keep them from building their country up so that we can stop them from the Chinese getting it. And there's this bad assumption, I think, this really poor assumption that if we pull out of that game, that like China just wins and everything, when in actuality, a lot of countries might win, and free trade agreements with these countries are going to be the very things that actually build infrastructure, that actually pull these people out of debt cycles, that actually defeat China, because we're not engaged in this fucked up waste of money that ruins nations' economies, but we're actually focused on growth and progress and free trade with nations where they can just be like, all right, fuck, here's China, here's your payment. We actually built a country that's successful, and we've got American corporations there. We didn't need USAID.
Well, check this out. Check this out real quick. I just crunched some numbers. USAID, I don't think it's been effective. I think it's been ineffective. I understand everything Scott said. It's exactly what iCal said. Let me just give you an idea real quick what we could do instead. We were talking about bribing the Greenlanders, right? Let's just say, I think they have like 48,000 people actually. But let's just say they have 75K people, right? And we want to bribe them. So they don't want to give up all the stuff they have under Denmark, all the healthcare and stuff, unless probably they had a monetary amount that would give them a guarantee for life and their children's life. They'd be set, right? What we could do instead, we could buy it from Denmark for whatever cost they put out. Then with this USAID money, which is $40 billion, we could just give them all $5 million. And that's actually, what does that look like? I'm going to tell you how much that looks like. That looks like $375 million. I feel like, boom, problem solved.
No, your math is wrong.
Whatever. Either way, problem solved. Save money.
Your math is so wrong. Your math
Don't worry about
it.
It's going to come from the tariffs. It's going to be fine.
Skip. This is a common occurrence.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Problem solved.
Wait, no,
don't forget we can
just pick it up to 500,000. Whatever.
Last time he did tariffs, all that money had to be spent on bailing out the farmers. So as a result of the tariffs, it's not like we're going to get a big revenue, enhancement from that.
He is right that you could. I think the math works out. You could give them each like a significant chunk of money out of USAID, and probably enough to buy them out, because again they don't have any kind of loyalty towards Denmark. And by the way, you wouldn't even need to pay Denmark anything, because the Greenlanders have the right under their constitution just to declare independence at any time. So all we have to do is just go to them and say, hey, we'll pay you this much if you guys vote to declare independence and then vote to join us, right?
Sure. I mean,
totally legal.
Yeah, I'm in favor of whatever. I mean, if the Greenlanders want to become, part of us, they'll be more liberal voters, right? More lefties, actually. So I'm in favor. I'm very much in favor.
I actually think you're maybe initially, but remember, massive source of hydrocarbons and rare earth metals. I think you'd see massive mining industries open up in Greenland, and as we saw with Alaska, this tends to attract more conservative voters.
Fair enough. But ones who are also in favor of getting checks from the government, right? Because that's what they do in Alaska.
Alaskans get checks from the government.
Exactly.
Once again, we can also structure something in the
they
region.
are in favor of socialist policies of redistribution, right?
No, hold on. But what they're doing is the same thing as in Texas and Alaska. But hold on, we can do the same thing with there. Right? They have the rare earth minerals. There's a small population. They easily do the exact same thing as we do in Texas, Alaska. Where they get this benefit from it, and then they're just going to go. I don't see why they would want to go left whenever y'all want to tax the shit out of that for them at the personal level.
Okay, so
especially if we buy them off.
I want to get back to USA just for a bit, because I don't know if it's necessary through free trade agreements, at least not the ones that we necessarily structure. Maybe the ones that maybe our friend Scott would structure, maybe those would be more helpful, right? And enhancing trade between these nations and having some sort of fair movement of goods, right? Maybe Scott would do it, but the way that we structure these things, I'm not positive that necessarily that would be, we being Americans, that would be the key to taking all these countries out of poverty. I don't know, but maybe, right? So I'm not against that. I'm definitely not against having a more fair trade agreements with these nations. I think that's exactly what they needed, right? Like that in itself. Mm-hmm. I think that so they can not just extract resources from their territory, but they can turn them into useful goods and then sell them and get more of the value out of that, right? That's where the money is you turn that resource into something useful and then sell that, right? Currently, they just send them off to Western Europe, they send them off to the States, and they lose most of the value from their own resources. So let's change that, right? So if that's what you're talking about, Scott, hey, I'm in favor of that. I'm absolutely.
Yeah.
But
all you have to do to make that happen is just stop USAID.
But see, the thing, I'm not.
It happens on its own.
I'm not. I don't know. I don't know. See, I can't go that far with you, right? I can't say that. On its own, without the political will, right? Because you guys are saying USAID. Okay, we get rid of it, and then we're moving towards a golden age, at least what you're saying right now, a golden age of relations, right? Of economic relations with these other nations. No, I don't think that's how that works. I think that all the same interest that currently exist for the United States still exist. Right? It's just that now we're giving out less vaccinations. Like nothing has changed on that front. The U.S. still wants to carry out its CIA missions, do whatever the fuck in whatever the fuck country. The U.S. still wants debt peonage, right? We haven't changed our economic relationship with any of these nations. None of that has changed. All we've done is get rid of our front-facing, generally well-received foreign relations apparatus that combated, as our friend Ika was talking about, that helped combat the Belt and Road Initiative, right? I don't think it was doing enough of a good job, but
which I don't understand. I'm maybe you can clear it up for me. I don't I'm having trouble understanding your argument because your argument is like if we get rid of U.S. aid, then that money won't go back to the Americans. Instead, it'll be funneled into like some other government apparatus program that will do the same shit. And all we've lost is a program that's $43 billion that like did some good. Now, I don't know, and neither do you know what percentage of U.S. aid is like actually going towards helping people without any, CIA motivations, right? Like it's managed by the State Department. I would wager to guess its overwhelming majority of it is going towards, towards CIA intentions. But nevertheless, I would say that a lot of that is kind of like, again, two birds, one stone. It's supporting institutions that support our interests, in a game of chess while simultaneously doing something like vaccines or research for something, things that, presumably are good. But it seems like your argument is like, well, nothing will ever change anyways. So why would we get rid of this program that does some good?
It's no, not that nothing will ever change. Nothing has changed. Like those incentives are still the case, right? It's just that we'll be doing less like less apparently useful, helpful things throughout the world. Again, you're right, and I admit I have no idea what the percentage is of things that you and I could agree are like objectively good. Yeah, sure, fair enough, right?
Not unless we let Elon audit it, then maybe we'll know.
But those programs, whatever those programs are, those things have gone away, right? There's less incentive to reinstate those, especially under this government, right? There's this administration. Maybe Marco Rubio, because Marco Rubio actually realized a few years ago, he stated the obvious benefits of USAID. He says, like, yeah, it's hard to hate hate a nation that has fed you, or something along those lines, right? That's what Marco Rubio said. In terms of this, like using our soft power. So we've lost this tool. It's unlikely we're going to replace the front-facing helpful parts of it, but we're going to keep all the parts that you hate, all of that. Right? When will the CIA do less missions, right, to overthrow whatever fucking country? No, certainly not now, right? Nothing's changed.
I don't see how your argument. I was not trying to strawman you, but I don't see how your argument is actually different than what I said, which is that you seem to have this nihilist view that if we get rid of U.S. aid, the CIA will continue to do this. No more money will go back to the American taxpayer, but we're just going to lose this program that does some level of good.
Sure. Okay. So let me try to be a bit more clear. I guess I would be more for this if this actually came with a policy change. If we actively said, because the policy change you guys are looking at is just like, well, we're getting rid of corruption and fraud and waste, right? That's the policy change that's happening in the U.S. But that's not like, well, it's bullshit in the first place, but it's also not the concern of those other nations, right? Those other nations we're competing for, and that we're trying to commit to for soft power or anything like that, right? So if we had a foreign policy change that says, hey, yeah, we're going to do what Scott suggested, and we're going to have better trade agreements that will, in the long term, in the midterm and long term, build up these nations, allow them to have stronger industries, properly exploit their own resources for their own benefit, right? And then our mutual benefit through exchange of goods. And we also want to help these, like, for these in the short term, right? For these immediate problems, like preventing epidemics in whatever fucking nation, by providing the resources, providing medicine, providing all those things, right? Maybe food to refugees and some
You're talking about
crisis.
reconstructing USAID, right? Like the thing is that if you defund it, right, it can't do anything bad if it doesn't have the money to do the bad things. What you're talking about is a policy change, which would be like, oh, we're going to help you in the immediacy with problems. We're going to well, that's money that becomes a new program that is basically USAID 2.0. And then because we have a state and an intelligence agency that is allowed to lie to us, that has all of these secret clearances and everything.
That would be part of the policy change that I would also advocate for. Hey, like, that we're not going to do those bad things, those CIA operations that you and I disagree with, right? Let's not do that.
But that's what USAID already does, is that USAID is a front organization that says, we're not going to do that. We're going to fund good things. And then they lie.
I get you. I hear you. And I agree with you. I haven't pushed back on that, right? What I'm saying is that, like, USAID provided some amount of good. You and I can't measure it because we didn't know how the budget allocation was, right? But some amount of good. I'm saying we've lost
some amount of not fraud. I wouldn't consider it's good to steal money from people to go.
Okay. You fair enough. But
yeah, I'm with you.
Sure. But it provides some amount of positive benefit for us in terms of soft power, in terms of helping individuals out in the world, right? But also it provides a lot of negative outcomes, right? With all the things we've already discussed. I think right now all we've done is gotten rid of USAID, getting rid of the positives, right? And we'll still have all the negatives. We'll have for me to agree that USAID should go, I'd want to replace the positives, and I'd want a policy change to get rid of those negatives. And we wouldn't actually just re-engage.
Okay, but here's the problem. Yeah. Here's the problem. Right, the CIA has an annual budget of around $20 billion. USAID has an annual budget of about $40 billion. So it's got double the budget of the CIA. Okay, now when we talk about stopping USAID, we're talking about getting rid of 2/3 of the funding, of which we know some level of it, some percentage is being used by the CIA to do things that destabilize regions or to like purchase some form of like institutional power to influence those countries, etc. Now, I agree that the $20 billion that the CIA gets is still going to be used for nefarious shit. I agree that the International Monetary Fund still exists. I agree of all of those things. But the problem here is that we know that we have a government that is corrupt, that is lying about what USAID has been spent on.
And the
Associated Press, right, like broke a story in 2014 about how USAID on paper was telling us that we were doing food efforts in Cuba, but actually we were creating Zunazeo, which was a Twitter alternative, and we were trying to get people to utilize it for sports and hurricane updates so that we could then eventually create micro riots to try and overthrow the Cuban government.
I hear you.
Like we know that we don't know what percentage of it is crazy shit like that.
Yeah, but
we don't know what percentage of it is.
But we still have the State Department.
But if you defunding the $40 billion, you can't argue that there's the same level of CIA influence in these things is going to occur.
100%. That's exactly what I'm arguing. I'm saying we still
have
the State Department.
They're going to steal the money from somewhere else.
I'm saying they'll do those exact same operations under the auspices of another cover, right? Another cover organization. Through the State Department, they'll use whatever means, because the State Department is still going to interact with these countries. That's not going to stop. In some way or some form,
I agree.
The State Department's
I agree. We should get rid of the fucking State Department. We should get rid of the whole goddamn government. But if your argument is just replace USAID with we're going to have some policy changes. What policy changes can you possibly fathom or have that are actually going to? No, but you've just been. But the problem is that the intelligence community is already committed fraud and used these programs against the wishes and the stated goals of USAID. So the new program is going to do the same fucking thing.
I'm saying No, I'm saying I'll take the deal. You said, right? You said, hey, what would be better for these countries? And Gibbs, I see your hand. What would be better for these countries? It would be better to have a free trade agreement. Okay, right? That's a policy change, right? Like from what we have now.
No. What I said was is that having U.S. aid and having us fight Belt and Road Initiative and having us both destabilizing regions to try and beat out the other person with all of this money taken from the taxpayer, right, is so fucking bad for the world and for those countries themselves. And it would be better that we simply not spend that money, that Americans simply get $50 billion less in taxes taken out, and that grows our economy, and we have more purchasing power, and we have more corporate power because we have more money, because we have less money wasted on destabilizing some West African nation. And then when we want more shit, that means we buy more shit. And when we buy more shit, that means third world countries have more opportunity to produce more shit.
Wait a minute. Then I'm misunderstanding you, because before I swear I heard you talk about a free trade agreement. Did you not mean like there's no agreement, there's no policy shift whatsoever?
What I'm saying is instead of using U.S. aid, what we ought to be doing is unleashing the power of the American economy. That would include free trade agreements. But most third world nations already have free trade agreements with us. Most third world nations already have.
We're back to my original criticism of the things you said, right? I said, hey, maybe what Scott would envision as an equitable free trade agreement, right, might do the trick of building up these countries. But I'm like, well, the way America usually structures these free trade agreements, no, it actually doesn't accomplish any of these things, right? And I don't think the thing that was holding them back was U.S. aid. No, I don't agree to that whatsoever. I think
U.S. aid is a power for evil and destabilization.
Yes, whatever. Yes, and
just get rid of it and make the American economy stronger, and we'll help those people through trade.
No, that's not how it's going to work, right? Like if the trade agreements and there's a power imbalance, right, where the U.S. imposes itself for favorable trade arrangements with these nations, so they can't properly exploit their own resources, and so that they end up just like sending them off, right, at bargain basement prices to the westernized world, right? If that still exists now and there's no policy change, then it will continue to exist, right? It doesn't matter if Americans have more money in their pockets, right? That doesn't change that power imbalance. That's why I'm saying it has to come with a policy change. That's important.
But that's not true. We saw this with Japan. We saw this with South Korea. We saw this with Taiwan. We have seen multiple countries where they were producing a bunch of shit cheaply, and instead of having USAID and CIA ops and all of this other shit, they grew in power because they were able to be an industrialized nation.
They were producing things. So again, that's a difference. Yes. Once again, but I'm talking about these nations.
If we have more money, then that means there's more opportunity for people to produce shit.
Hold on, but no, that's not. It's not simply for revolution. Is that what you said at the end?
No, I said if we have more money, then that means there's more money to be made throughout the whole world in producing shit for us.
No, that's not how that works. This is where I deeply disagree.
That is absolutely how that works.
Not.
That is just an economic reality.
Money on its own doesn't make a change, right? So you have more money in your pocket, right? Scott is the American, right? I'm the African, okay? All right, I'm the African out in Africa, right? You have more money in your pocket to give to me, but also you have Gibbs by your side, right? And Gibbs is.
I'm the African.
Everyone's the African.
No, I'm the African.
I have the most claim to possibly being the second closest to African here. So
I was actually from Africa.
Well, no. I was born in America. I was the first
he's from Africa.
Okay,
first American in my family.
We got a bunch of Africans here, apparently, right? Lactose, he's wearing his FUBU, right? And so he has a claim to the motherland. But Gibbs is standing next to you. Gibbs is heavily armed, right? Gibbs comes to me. So we're going to have this trade, right? But Papa Gibbs, right, is here to make sure that the trade is in your favor, that the terms of the agreement is in your favor, right? And so the trade happens, and there's more of the trade, right? Because you have more money in your pocket. And so there's more of that trade. But again, it's in your favor. Now, there's another alternative where, right, like instead of me just giving you the raw resources so then you can produce the goods and then sell that around the world, right? Maybe I could like produce the good and then sell that to you, right? Still be trade. You have more money to accept that trade, right? Mm-hmm. But Gibbs is still there. And Gibbs represents the strong arm, the closed fist of the American military. And so if that doesn't change, if that dynamic doesn't change, it doesn't matter, Scott, that you have more money in your pocket. In the end, I'm still going to get fucked over.
Yeah, Prime
I agree with you that there are a whole bunch of problems. The CIA, the State Department, the United States government. I'm a fucking anarchist. Of course, I agree to all of that. Right. The thing here is that all other things being equal, if we stop spending money on programs that are designed to prop up nations as client states, that are designed to give loans to countries and then use blue dot network corporations that build infrastructure in a country but force them to be American, Australian, or Japanese corporations, or the G7's Build Back Better World program. If we stop that shit and we simply have more money, okay, then we have to buy things because that's just the supply and demand equation. And if we stop the things that are destructive, that we know that the CIA is using towards their own interests to line the pockets of, Western corporations and NGOs and fucking people like the Clintons and all that fun stuff, and we simply just give that money instead to Americans so that they have more purchasing power, that increases the incentive for investment in countries that have a large amount of cheap labor, right? This is why, for example, the ready-made garment industry was so heavily based in Bangladesh, because there's cheap labor there and Americans want to buy cheap clothes. And so if we have more money to buy cheap clothes, then there's more money to invest in Bangladesh from anybody in the world because they can make more cheap clothes.
I'm gonna leave that alone. I've already said what I had to say. I'm gonna go to Gibbs, but before I go to Gibbs, right? Because our friend Lactoid's gotta leave, right? I just gotta take a moment. And we're gonna address Gibbs here, okay? Gotta take a moment. Our friend Gibbs has been with us for like a year or so, right? And one of his it literally might have been his first time here, right? He made an argument that has always stuck with me.
Reparations.
He's been talking about reparations. He talked about the advancement of warfare, and I think, I could be wrong about this, right? But I think this was in the context of guarding the border, because that's what he's always talking about, right? I don't know.
Usually with drones or mines.
He talked about drones. Yes,
take over China and get the drone boats from China, and then we can use them to protect the border. Got it.
Our friend Gibbs talked about using drones to protect the border, right? But not just drones, right? He specifically said he would have a mothership of drones, right? And they would launch smaller drones out at everyone. And this was the funniest fucking thing. Like the
Protoss Courser or whatever?
The carrier. The carrier.
Drones out of the carrier?
The carrier, yeah. That's exactly what he said. And it was the funniest fucking thing. I remember because I was dying laughing at this.
They made that now, though.
Lactoid did it. Laughed. I think Scott laughed, and it's hard to get a chuckle out of him sometimes. Corey laughed. Everyone here laughed, right? But yes, just as Lactoid stepped in my line, in the Ukraine, right? This is a headline from Ars Technica. Drones are now launching drones to attack other drones in Ukraine. That's what's happening now. So I just got to give my friend Gibbs the flowers, because he was absolutely correct, right? We laughed at him. And to be clear, the only reason I laughed at him is because Corey was laughing, and Corey has a doctorate. I'm like, well, if Corey's laughing, he knows better, right?
I don't have a doctorate yet.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I should have been listening to Gibbs because he has a double doctorate, right? So I just got to apologize to my friend Gibbs. It was still the funniest fucking thing, and it still makes me chuckle.
Have you seen the videos, Prime, of the drones attacking other drones?
Really, it's crazy. How prophetic I am.
Oh, really?
Some of the drones, they're just naked drones, and they'll run into other drones. Some of them, I think one of them had a broom attached to it, and it was running into their drones. One of them had a long piece of rubber that was like wrap itself up in the propellers. Like it's like fucking, it's ridiculous. It's funny.
Yeah,
I love it.
To be fair, Corey was waiting for peer review to come out before that, and sometimes you don't have time to wait for peer review when drones are coming out.
First of all, I don't
Corey
know.
is being very careful.
True.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't have perfect recollection of my laughing and what I laughed at. But I imagine myself. I was laughing at the concept of having a mothership out on the border, and that's what's like shooting down the people coming to the border. Not that I want to turn that into a laughing matter. I can understand that technology can be built. But it's more like you want to propose the mass slaughter of
Bro, just take your L, brother.
Yeah,
sure, I'll take
It's the trouble. It was just clearly to me. See, this is the problem. Is I'm prophetic. What to me seems to be the clear line of thought of what's going to happen to a lot of stuff. People are just like, ha, sounds crazy, but then it turns out being true. It just keeps happening, and I love it because I feel like I'm becoming a prophet, which I don't know, which is not a good sign.
Well,
but
Gibbs, just to be clear,
to be fair, we should all be laughing at Gibbs all the time.
I think so. True. But Gibbs, I don't want to be ever accused of like not giving you flowers, not like telling that you're right when you're right. So it's happened. It's a true thing. And we should all take Gibbs a little bit more seriously. That's all I want to say. I know Lactoid's got to go, so if you have to,
so I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. One more comment on the drone thing. I watched a video of it's like not really a documentary, but it's like an on the ground like news reporter from the Russian side, and they're walking around and just videotaping the soldiers and their behaviors and stuff. The drone warfare has like completely shifted the way soldiers are just psychologically interacting with the battlefield. When I was watching the video, they were all looking up at the sky when they were walking around. They're all like patrolling, and all their heads are just up, constantly like scanning the sky.
It's no longer head on a swivel.
Yeah, they're no longer like looking around for like soldiers. They're all staring up, like looking for drones, and they'll see one every once in a while, and they'll be like, "Is that one of ours or is that one of theirs?" And if that they don't recognize it, then they'll start shooting at it, and that's basically like what warfare is now. In that area, it's very disturbing, especially when you hear the drones, because they sound scary too. When they're
they sound scary.
So
as the kids in Afghanistan and Iraq who would hide under their beds when U.S. drones went above them because they would just randomly drop bombs and kill a lot of fucking people. Yeah.
No, it's just it's sad, of course, all warfare is, but it's also fascinating to see. But I really
send me that if you have that video. I would love to see it.
I will.
Sometime.
I will. It's actually really. I mean, it's on YouTube. I'm surprised it is because there's bodies shown. So, but I'll send it to you.
Thank you so much. Have a good one, friend.
Yeah, I'll catch you guys later.
So Prod, you actually were bringing up a good point when you argue with Scott, like with the where the Americans thinking we don't do good trade deals with some people or whatever. And I know that we stand on opposite sides of this part. This is just something that we're never going to come to agree to. But I'm of opinion. Hey, let's do that. I want what's best for Americans. I want listen. That takes advantage of other countries. So be it. Here's the thing, though. I think there's something we can build a bridge on, Prime, and that's I think that U.S. aid has not been used efficiently, right? So it's $40 billion a year. It's costing taxpayers. All right, let's just say, and I got the corrected numbers now. We double checked. It's 55,000 people, give or take, like about a few hundred, live in Greenland. If we gave them all $500K, that equals out to $27.5 billion. All right. So, hey, okay, that's cool. We gave them all $500K. They're going to be taking care of in perpetuity, basically all of that.
Okay.
All right, cool. We can give them some benefits. Well. Yeah, we can get some benefits going with the rare earth minerals. How much more effective would it have been to do that one time and benefit, take over, now we own this thing? Or the next year we go, okay, we want to improve whatever these other countries are. Instead of USA doing it with all these
moving to Greenland tomorrow.
We will go in there and start. Yeah, I mean, exactly.
I'm moving to
rush.
No, that's not, that's not
being more targeted and with our funds instead of doing what USA has been doing, where it's all like, oh, it's black books, it's mysterious, it's inefficient. Clearly we've not been getting the results that something as directed as this would be.
So my response to that
was right. Finally.
Oh yeah, listen, I was
22 billion.
I was a zero off the first time when I said something.
So exponentially off. Yeah. Okay.
It mattered. I fixed it.
But fair enough. My response to that is that okay, you guys, like I'm not against the U.S. having access to more resources and doing it in a peaceful manner. That's not a problem for me. But the difference between you and I is that I would, in addition to that, in addition to the money spent, I would also spend the money properly, not about the fraud, right, that we've been talking about, but like send it to these other countries to exercise soft power, to be like funding health clinics, to be funding like infrastructure projects. I'm not sure how much of that we do, right, in comparison to like Belt and Road, but whatever that number is, I think we should be increasing that, so that like we are making trade easier for those other countries to engage in, making it so that they can maybe invest in industries, right? It's like from the built factories for them to utilize their resources, and maybe some sort of favorable trade agreement for us for building the factory, right? For the goods that they exchange, right? But all of this strengthens the countries in the end, right? I'd be in favor of spending our money on doing that, right? And we can say that maybe USAID wasn't exactly doing that, but that's what I want to do. I don't care necessarily if it's through USAID. That's not important. I don't have any loyalty to this organization, right? What I want are for the outcomes. I want the outcomes to be that instead of fucking over these countries all the time, right? And instead of keeping them under debt peonage, that we strengthen them so they can build up, and they can be stable countries, right, where less terrorism comes out, right? Because a lot of terrorism in these countries where less refugees leave, right? Because they have jobs, right, and things are going well. All those things are good things that we could invest in as well. If you'll take that step with me, then we're in agreement. If it's only we just give a bunch of Greenlanders, right, a shit ton of money so we can exploit their resources, then yeah, whatever.
Here's the thing, though. Is hold on. Let me just expand this a little bit more, real quick. And then you spoke a lot. Let me just expand this idea a little more, right? So okay, Greenland, they've got all this money. We now own it. All these people are rich, and then now we open it up to like exploration, and not exploration, but like we're going to access these rare minerals. That's going to bring new people to Greenland. The economy there is going to be stimulated, yada yada. All right, let's look at like Panama, right? Same concept. We give the average person in Panama earns $25,000 a year. That is what I just looked up. So let's just bear with me. That's what Google says. Now that means a lot of people earn less. A few people earn more. Okay, I would wager that the top end probably skews that quite a bit. So if we gave every person in Panama, and there's about 4.5 million people. Sure, cool. Listen, 4.5 million like people live in Panama. We know that for sure. There's about 4.46. But let's just say 4.5 for round numbers. We gave every person $50,000. That's going to be $225 billion, right? That's 5 years of money going to USA. Now, we could have just bought Panama, gave everybody a certain percentage that lives there, and bam, now you're a special use economic zone. Would you be in favor of us just going around Africa and buying countries and making them now U.S. people, like based on like whatever, or like anywhere, really? Was that better?
Can U.S. people get some of this money first, please?
I mean, we're already doing this, so I mean, like, hey, but
please give us the money first before we go buy other countries.
I'm arguing with Prime here real quick. His argument is he wants these other countries to benefit. We go in there, give them all this money. We call it's now U.S. area. Like, hey, they're now U.S. Americans.
This is just.
Would you not be in favor of that?
Like it's gotten to the point where this is like.
Well, tell me it's not more efficient.
It's just anti-American, bro. You guys want to give at this point. You want to give
everyone we're buying countries money. They're American.
You want to give everyone in the world money, build up their economy, build up their world under the guise of making them like part of America.
This is $40 billion we've already spent and wasted doing this bullshit for the last 15 years, 20 years. Like, why don't we try targeted buying the countries?
Ali, I hope you understand that at least when dealing with me, I'm a tax and spend leftist. Right? I'm not built like Scott and Gibbs. I'm a tax and spend leftist. So I actually would like to spend a lot more money on Americans, right? You know all the programs that I would support, right? The Medicare for all, the housing for all.
I can't get free health care, but Greenlanders can get $500,000 a piece.
Expanding.
We own them now. It's 78K people. Now they're probably spend that money here the rest of the year.
I would do so much, right? But hey, like, so responding to what you asked me directly, Gibbs, not looking at the domestic side, but on the foreign side, I mean, okay, sure. I mean, if we want to start making deals with these other countries to say that we'll bring you in for a certain number, and I think there's a number, right? For a lot of these countries, like you get to stay. We're not ethnically cleansing you like in fucking Gaza, right? But like you get to stay.
We're giving you money. We're paying.
We'll give you money, and now you're a citizen, and now you can take advantage of all the things America has to offer. And we get access to your resources and your economy grows. I mean, okay. I don't think we have enough money to buy all the places that we're fucking over. But like, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, in 5 years, that's $225 billion. We could give every person in Panama 50K. We could just do this little installment ban. We already take shit on credit all the time. I mean, we're already getting taxed for this. We might as well put this to use more efficiently. I mean, I'm tired of us getting fucked in this 8K a year. It's death by 1,000 cuts. Let's just make some direct purchases and build shit up. I think that's much more efficient.
Not in favor of direct purchases. It's just like
build a bridge right
it seems very expensive, but okay.
So two things, right? For that amount of money, we could just give every man, woman, and child in America $600, and that would mean, if you have 3 kids and you're a family of 5, right? We could just give them $3,000. I feel like that'd be a much better deal than buying Panamanians, and then the next 10 years we have random more taxes that we need to build infrastructure in Panama for some presumed return on investment in the future. I feel like we could just
just use the tariffs
not
from the
tax people.
Canal. We'll just use the canal tariffs. They'll take on their own.
Yeah, tariffs will just solve fucking everything.
It's a spackle. It's a policy spackle you put on everything. If there's a hole in it, just puts tariffs over it.
I have a genuine question, because you stated that if we get rid of U.S. aid, right, that the incentive structure of the CIA and the State Department and corporations and NGOs exist in such a way that they would still fuck over these nations and find ways to like bully them into IMF loans and all these other things, right? And then, so like the incentive is there, these people are evil, they're within our government, and they're going to do these things. And then you were asked about what we ought do and what you did, and I don't feel like I'm being callous, dismissive, or strawmanning you.
Okay.
Is that you recreated U.S. aid and said, but this time we'll do it and we'll just get rid of the corruption, right? And
ideally,
how can you square that you believe that these people are corrupt and then all these incentives are there to fuck over these people, but then you say I'm not married to the program of USAID, but instead what we ought to do is we ought to like have a government program that helps with infrastructure and helps with vaccines and helps people that are poor and need food and like helps with like, government job program. You just recreated USAID, and you which is a problem and has all this corruption and influence. Like, why did you do all that instead of just saying, I don't care if the CIA fucks over other nations in the world. I think USA does more good than bad.
Hold on.
You just said you weren't going to make a straw man.
I don't think that's a straw man. I think that's very clearly his fucking argument.
No, he said ideally he would have it set
up. I said, why not just do that? Right. Yeah, but you just said ideally we won't be corrupt. But then you also say that all those corrupt incentive structures exist, and that's why getting rid of USAID isn't going to fix anything. But then you just rebuilt USAID with those same corrupt instructions.
No, I hear you. Okay, right. Like it required. So my vision, I guess, maybe is more extensive than maybe I've led on, right? But well, actually, no. I think my policy agenda has been pretty clear throughout the years. So I'm still a little confused as to why you're confused about what I'm trying to say here. When I'm talking about a radical restructure of, just like you talk about a radical restructure of our economy, right, in our society. That's what I'm talking about as well. I'm talking about a radically reducing corporate power, so they don't have influence on our foreign policy. They don't get to access our foreign policy apparatus, which would include the CIA and the State Department.
How do you do that?
Them,
how do you do that? Because this is a wish list. How are we going to have aid programs and construction and not involve corporations? Are you saying you're just going to give countries money to build things?
Well, I mean, well, we could. I mean, that's. I mean, we could say like, hey, we're giving this money, and it needs to be used like with strings attached for these types of projects, right? And we'll have inspectors going in to make sure like a ton of this money isn't disappearing in terms of fraud and bribes and graft or anything like that. We could actually just do that. That's one way, right?
How? This is a wish list of non-corruption and non-corporate influence, but the structures that you're putting together, the way that government works is that these corporations and NGOs will be involved. You're recreating USA.
No,
I'm saying it's a radical restructure.
I'm talking about a radically reducing corporate power. Like I'm saying that corporations.
Yeah, that's a wish. How?
What
you've described is what we have.
I'm sorry. I'm not describing what we have. I'm not describing what we have.
I'm saying everything that you've described thus far.
Okay.
In your new program is ideally it won't be corrupt. And then everything that you talked about, the humanitarian aid, humanitarian effort, money for food, all of these things, like unless you're going to build like a new United States military organization to do all of this, is going to involve corporations and NGOs that are already corrupt and already fucking these people
No, I like see, because you and I have a different opinion on what the economy should look like. I think the state, right, should have a lot of direct involvement in terms of these projects. These corrupt corporations that might be okay, so and also we have to split like which corporations we're talking about here, because I think it actually does matter which ones we're referring to. So one, I don't have a problem with like the U.S. directly building these infrastructure projects, right? Like we either like utilize a portion of the military, or we create a new wing, right? That does specifically this. It goes to foreign countries and builds up these infrastructure projects, right? For like some sort of trade agreement or whatever, right? Doing a Belt and Road type of thing, right? But on the other end,
so
right,
moving money from like USA to like psychological operations.
No, not at all. But on the other end, right?
Does that shit.
On the other end of these corporations, because corporate interest in itself, if we're flattening what that means, right? So let's say we don't radically expand the government and like have it the public fund these things and build these things directly, right? To get rid of the profit interest, to get rid of that level of graft that happens, right? Let's say we don't. Even in that case, right? Like my problem isn't necessarily in this with like all corporations at all points in time. There are corporations who have access to the government who use, let's just use give an example, tech industry, right? The tech industry uses our State Department, uses probably the CIA, right? To do exactly things that we were discussing before. And
there's a ton of like I can show you the receipts of that, where USAID money goes to tech industry so that they can learn how to censor things for the political will of the CIA.
No, I'm not even, well, sure, yeah, that part too, but like that's not the part I'm concerned about. I'm talking about directly for resource extraction, right? We have there are minerals, right, that come out of the fucking Congo that are critical, mission critical for creating electronics, that the area in Congo, not all of Congo destabilized, but the area where the resources are extremely destabilized, right? Lots of these groups fighting each other and keeping some sort of like awful, like horrific stalemate of death squads going around and taking advantage, exploiting these resources themselves, selling them off. It's awful, right? Whatever that situation is. Those tech companies, I'm saying I would reduce their power, right? I would break them up. I would reduce their ability to lobby the government
I actually
directly.
Have to go, Prime.
Okay, have a good one, friend.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Gibbs. Really appreciate you.
You too. Next time, guys.
I would reduce or hopefully eliminate their ability to lobby the government directly, so they use the military for their aims, right? So that's that. But if there are corporations, now these are a different class of corporations that are used to actually build the infrastructure, right? We contract them, American corporations, to contract them to build this infrastructure in those foreign countries. That's fine. That doesn't necessarily a bad thing in and of itself, right? The private sector doing that. So even within this framework, I don't have a problem with all corporate interests. I'm talking about corporate interests that are specifically using our government to advance themselves, either by force or by espionage, or by aid, undermining a foreign economy, right? Like, I don't care what those are. Let's knock that off so these countries can build up themselves. Go ahead.
But this is a wish list of getting rid of corruption. I applaud your desire to get rid of corruption within NGOs and corporations and the enmeshment with all of these international organizations. Like, I too want to get rid of that, right? Yeah. My issue is that you hold a contradictory opinion, which is that you recognize that this corruption is deep-seated in NGOs and corporations, and that they purchase politicians, and that there are all of these backroom deals, and that they're involved in all of this shit. Okay. And you're saying, well, we can't get rid of US aid because it does some good. But then you're saying, well, if I was in power, what I would do is I would recreate the system of US aid, but like do it better and do it different without the corporations involved to this degree. But then you're saying, well, I need to involve the corporations to some degree, but not the really bad ones. It's like, if you recognize that this corruption is deep seated in an intelligence apparatus that's massively powerful with corporations and all this stuff, then how are you squaring
half my argument? This thing I don't understand.
What half of your argument am I ignoring?
Yeah, the reduction of corporate power, right? The say like
that's a wish list. That's not a policy.
I'm talking to a fucking ANCAP, okay? Right? Like, don't tell me about fucking wish lists here. Like, I'm saying, yes, this is like the society as we have now is fucked, right? Our policy, our foreign policy apparatus, right, and our incentives, our corporate incentives are fucked as it stands. I recognize all of that. So I get that, like, what I'm asking for is a huge change. It's a huge change in our economy. It's a huge change of how our relationship to our government and our relationship to corporations, right? How we view them. This is a massive restructuring of the economy, of our political system. I understand that. I get that part, right? I'm saying that, like, that would be
a wish.
So
that's not a policy.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like, everything you've said, everything you've told,
I can explain the economic principles and what it is that I desire. I understand that saying that it is a wish to get rid of the United States government. But what I'm saying is, when we are talking about what to do about U.S. aid, you're saying you recreate US aid, and then you say, but don't worry, we're going to get rid of the corruption because we're going to massively get rid of corporate power. But you're still talking about utilizing private NGOs. You're still talking about utilizing government contractors.
I don't have to use that, but I would, like I said,
you're describing the very nation state that we have. The only difference between, and the very same policy that we have, the only difference is in your version, there's no corruption, and that the corporations don't have the power. But you're not actually explaining how you would be able to provide all of this US, all of this aid and all of these things without that corporate power existing. You're just saying, but in my system, the bad things are gone. And I'm saying the system is corrupt. You agree, and so let's get rid of the money that is funneling this corrupt system. And you're saying no. We'll just make a new system that doesn't have the problems.
The money, but we're not. But even in your situation, you're not getting rid of the money. That is like, because unless you're going full ANCAP, right? I don't think you're trying to do that right now. You're trying to work within the bounds of reality. Fair enough. Okay, right? But unless
I just want to get, like, as of right this second, I just want to get rid of the $43 billion.
Great. Then if that's the case, then you haven't gotten rid of the money. The money still exists. It's all there. Every single bit of it. Not $1 has disappeared.
No, it's less $43 billion.
No, it hasn't. Obviously. No, it hasn't. I'm sorry. Okay, there's going to be another budget, right? this year we're going to design another budget, and in that budget, the USA be crossed out, done, right? But to accomplish the exact same goals, the exact same international goals, then we will allocate that money somewhere else, directly under the Pentagon, maybe, directly under the CAA, somewhere under the State Department, somewhere that money is going to go, and they're going to do the exact same missions, so that not a single cent of that money has disappeared, not one.
Right, but all okay, but
so you haven't solved anything.
All right, Roger. So we get rid of the $43 billion, and then your claim is that the system and the intelligence community and the corporations are so enmeshed that what is going to happen is we're just going to get a new omnibus spending bill, and it's going to give the State Department or the CIA or some other fucking organization another $40 billion so that they can do the same shit that they've always been doing. And so getting rid of this institution of USAID and getting rid of, this specific program doesn't actually change anything, and that it doesn't actually move money in any way. It's a temporary Band-Aid.
And whatever positive benefits we reaped are gone.
Right. Okay. So if that is your opinion, right? If that is your belief, right? That getting rid of this program doesn't actually change anything in any way, shape, or form, then your policy isn't USAID is good or USAID is bad, or I would make a new USAID. Your policy is something along the lines of getting rid of whatever caused that. Whatever level of corruption exists within the government that would make it so that new omnibus bill would have $40 billion. And that's an entirely different conversation. Okay. You're saying that, but what you're doing is we're talking about USAID right now and whether or not that's bad and the way that corporate power and the way that all of these things operate. So if you're saying I'm going to create a structure without this corporate power, without these problems, without this corruption, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that that's not just a utopic wish. Okay. My problem is that what you described is the status quo. You described money for things that are provincially aid, where we still have an intelligence apparatus, where we still have a large government, where we still have, and they're saying, but we're not going to have the corporate power. But by the way, we're going to use corporations in the private economy in these aid packages to build, construction. It's like you're recreating the system we have.
But Scott, but you've known me long enough. Like, that I want to take a hatchet to the Pentagon, right? You know that.
I know that you have wishes. I'm arguing against the merits of your goals here, whether or not what you're doing is actually meaningful.
My ideal situation, right? What's my ideal situation? Talking about getting, we were talking about, hey, getting USA. This is my ideal situation, is to do all these things, right? A radical restructuring of the economy. Now, if you're saying, hey, Prime, like, be serious, right? Be practical. We're not actually going to be able to do that, right? Like, and not in any time soon. It'll take just as long for you to create your socialist utopia as it will for me to create Ancapistan. Okay, I hear you, right? And I acknowledge that. Okay, right? Well, then if that's the conversation we want to have, right? If you say, let's just ignore, let's take away.
Agreed.
Right?
All right. So we're there. All right. Okay. We agree that that we have two visions for the future that are not likely to be in any way, shape, or form be passed by Congress and the Senate tomorrow. Okay.
Sure.
Now that we're there, okay, and we recognize you have an ideal world where the government doesn't have this corporate power and there isn't this corruption, and that we can actually utilize, some level of taxation on our wealthy corporations to fight AIDS, because the return on investment for fighting AIDS over there is that we don't have another fucking AIDS epidemic. And so it's actually worth the money that we spend, taxing corporations a little bit so that we don't have an epidemic in a country that isn't, set to be able to do that, et cetera. Right. And I'm not going to get my fucking Ancapistan tomorrow. Yeah. So now that we're there and you recognize that all this corruption exists, I'm arguing, let's defund that corruption. And then you're saying, well, as much as I recognize that's corruption, should we or should we not defund that corruption? Do you support defunding USAID or do you not support defunding USAID?
My problem, I'm fine with defunding USAID. My problem is that we haven't actually defunded the corruption. right? So like, you want to get rid of that organization. Okay, I think we're worse off.
Is that a step in the right direction or a step in the wrong direction to defund USAID? You said you're fine with it.
Sure. I think it is slightly. Well, it depends on how much what the budget actually looked like. But at least slightly a step in the wrong direction, simply because we do accrue some positive benefits from USAID. It wasn't 100%, right? Let's say it's 99. 99% of it was CIA. 99% was doing the CIA's bidding, right? But that 1% provided us with something, right? So now we've dismantled that organization, right? So we've lost that 1% of benefit, but we will have all those other negative outcomes as well, right? The negative externalities from that also happen, all of it. So no, I don't think we've solved the problem.
So your argument is I agree that we don't solve the problem of corruption within the intelligence community by defunding them $43 billion out of
And you've specifically stated we've defunded the corruption, and that's what I'm pushing back against. We're not defunding the corruption. We're just defunding USAID.
Well, we've defunded a program that's rife with corruption.
And we'll just put that money somewhere else, as I've stated, right? And I think you agree. Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree?
I don't know what the outcome is. I don't know whether or not, the next omnibus spending bill gives the exact amount of money that used to be in aid to like the State Department, right? I don't know what that, I can't predict the future. Maybe it gives more and it turns out to backfire. Maybe it gives less, right? What I'm saying is we have a program that utilizes hard-working American tax dollars, and it's supposedly helping other people and we're getting a return on investment, but we know that some level of it is corrupt. I would say it's rife with corruption. You might lean towards that it's less corruption, whatever, and then it's being used to destabilize other regions in the world based off of money that could just be staying in American bank accounts. To me, that's a step in the right direction.
It doesn't stay in American bank accounts, though. As long as that's the problem.
But because you also understand you've baked in an assumption. You've baked in an assumption that it's a guarantee that the next spending bill will take $43 billion away from Americans to fund the intelligence apparatus.
It'll probably be more. No, because look, the Pentagon's budget increases every year, no matter what. Like the Pentagon asks for a certain amount of money, right? Let's say it's $1 trillion, right? And continuously, our lawmakers exceed that. So like it's like 900 billion. Let's say it's 900 billion now, right? The next year, the Pentagon will ask for $1 trillion, and then what the Congress will actually provide is $1.2 trillion, right? I'm saying that we will absolutely exceed that. Right, whatever that is, I think the $40 billion we spent there.
So now your argument, right? So, but your argument hinges upon the fact that that the corruption and the theft is inevitable. So there's no reason to change a program that does, by your own words, 1% good or 1% positive outcomes. Right? That was the example you gave.
For
hypothetically, right? Okay. But let's say it's 40%, whatever it is, right? Okay, that it does, because it does some level of good. It is, the corruption within the state is inevitable. If you're arguing that the corruption is inevitable, that no program can be gotten rid of where it won't, because of the incentives, turn into a worse beast, then why do you vote for anything? Why do you advocate for any change? Because your argument is that the corruption and the incentives are inevitable, that they will always steal this money and always go to nefarious ends. So why fight against a known whatever?
No. They're inevitable if the status quo holds. Right, I think Trump will do nothing but re-entrench the status quo. Right, I think he's the apotheosis of everything that America is. I don't like the MAGA people think. He's some sort of revolution.
We both hate Trump. Like, sure. That's not relevant.
But my argument here is that, like, yes, as it stands under our current regime and under, honestly, a weak democratic regime, a corporate-based democratic a party, right, that has abandoned the working class, that among these two options, that yes, nothing will change. The reason I vote, right, and the reason why I'm politically active is to shift that, right? And some way, somehow, either through changing the Democratic Party by electing individuals who aren't beholden to the same political interests, right, financial interests, or through direct political actions to build organizations, that build institutions, working-led institutions that can provide a counterbalance, right? One of those things would be unions, a counterbalance to corporate power, so that at some point in time that we can like pass legislation that chips away at
I get that
massive wealth.
that you want radical change.
That's why I vote.
Okay, so I understand that you want radical change in the government, right? Like we both do in very different domains. Okay, so let's say some Republican authors a bill, right, for $40 billion, and it's called the Bomb Brown People Bill. Right, the Bomb Brown People Bill is $40 billion, and it only says one thing: the United States military will spend $40 billion to randomly bomb people that are brown in America, out of America, whatever. Now, ought we get rid of this bill? Should we all fight against this bill? Should we say let's not have this bill? Let's defund this because it's doing bad things that I don't like. Let's get rid of the money for this bill. Let's find a way to stop this bill. Should we do that?
I see your hand up, and I'll go to you right after. If you're muted, if you're talking right now.
Sorry, I've got to go. I actually do have the thing that you accused me of earlier going on right
now. Okay, understood.
I have to go take care of that.
Big Daddy icon.
Yeah. he's got a pre-existing booty call. He can't wait.
Something. I got something. All right.
Have a good one, fun.
I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take off your fellas.
Yeah. Sure. I think we should. I'll answer your question, friend.
Should we end the bill? Should we find a way to stop that bill?
Oh, bye, Ali. Ali also left. Oh, okay, sorry. And then Corey also left.
Oh, well, there we go. And then there were two. All right, let's finish. Let's wrap this up. All right.
Sure, friend. Yes, assuming we would actually stop bombing brown people, right? So, like, if that money is just
but the corrupt incentives are still there for us to bomb brown people. So why would we stop this $40 billion bill? Let's say we'll even make it even nicer. Let's say 40% of the bomb brown people bill, right, is 40% of it is money to Lockheed Martin and Black & Vetch and all these other people, right, to build bombs, to bomb brown people, to funnel weapons through, Turkey, to give like to Al-Nusra, whatever, right? All the fucking evil bad shit. But 60% of this bill is like, is the food to bombed brown people. So all the survivors of the bombs get food, and we talk about how great America is because we gave food to all these poor bombed people.
That's probably exactly what we've done in the past.
That we bombed.
Exactly that.
Right. So should we defund that bill, or would you say, but it's 60% good and it's giving food, it's giving money to people, and giving them food?
And I'm answering directly. Probably not. Right. Probably not. Assuming that we would still bomb those brown people, right? Because if it's the case, right, and this is the thing that we keep running into, if it's the case that that 40% for the bombing brown people is endemic, right, to our system, that like the U.S. government is actually set on bombing those brown people, right? And if not through this bill,
yes, it is.
They'll do it through another, but they'll do it through another bill, right? Well, then actually, I will take that 60% of food going to those individuals, rather than not having that at all, and then still getting the bombs, right? If the bombs are going to fall inevitably, then actually, yes, I will take the 60% help, right, in terms of the refugees created afterwards.
All right. Well, then this is a philosophical and political strategy massive difference to us. I will kill and fight to stop the bomb brown people bill, of which 40% of the bill goes to murdering brown people and 60% goes to giving the survivors food. Because even if it turns out that it fails and that money goes to some other place and we still end up bombing people, I'm going to keep fighting to stop those things that are corrupt and do evil things, because that's the fight we have to fight.
And I won't keep you here for much longer, friend, but like, if like in your scenario, and I think it's what you just said, is that those bombs will still fall at some other point, right? But it's still worth the fight. Right? It's still overall, you want to end that practice, right? I think then if those bombs are inevitable, then your time is better spent rather than like fighting a bill, right? And in that immediacy that will still have those negative outcomes, whether the bill exists or the bill doesn't exist, then your time would be better, honestly, like trying to create Ancapistan. Like that's a much better use of your time, rather than fighting inevitable bombs that will inevitably fall.
I think that's what I do every day.
Okay.
I think that's what I do by saying kill the bomb brown people bill. Is that I'm pushing the philosophy to stop taking money from people and to stop using that money towards nefarious and evil ways. And that, yeah, sometimes the government, the Leviathan, the state finds new ways to fuck people over and funnels new ways into new corrupt things. And that, yeah, we don't get our perfect world, but we have to fight. Even if it's a game of whack-a-mole, we have to fight, because every time that we fight it, we wake up more people to the problems and the way that the state actually works. And that's one of the reasons why I'm fucking fighting USAID, because just this fight alone has woken so many people up on the right to something that basically only the communists knew, which was how the state apparatus and NGOs and corporations use soft power to fuck over small nations. This specific fight has woken a lot of people up to those problems, and that's why I'm fighting. And even if I lose in the end, because next year an omnibus spending bill moves that money over to the State Department, I come with an army that's bigger than the one I had last time, because more people woke up and more people fought against it, and we actually did what we needed to do to fight against corruption and fight against this evil and push that philosophy.
Okay, hold on. That's a new axis you hadn't said before, right? And that's something I can agree with. Okay, I mean, that's something like I can understand that there's a point to an exercise of political power, even if your objectives fail. That like it builds support, right? Like, hey, you're doing something that I like. Your random fellow American citizen looks at Scott, right, and says, hey, you're doing something I agree with, right? This is a fight worth fighting. You didn't make it this time, right? But hey, next time I'm going to be by your side, right? And so next time we'll be a bit stronger and we'll keep coming back. Now, if we're looking at it that way, well then, yeah, maybe I can find some agreement with you, right? That and all to the point of moving towards our idealized future for America. Very different, of course, right? But still, like, if it's building power to do that, okay, actually, I can agree with you there.
I'll leave on that end. I'll take that compromise dub and say I got to go to bed. I'm in stream for like, I don't know, like 7 hours now. So I need some food.
Okay. Well, have a good one, friend. I'll see you later.
It was nice talking to you.
Yeah. All right, audience. Consider supporting the channel. In case you haven't done so already. We could definitely use your help. It's nice when we end up finding agreement in this panel. We don't always do that. But we managed to do so today. Shout out to the few people who supported. And oh my god. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna raid someone. Let's see if we can raid a cutie. My old friend Fawn is streaming, so there's that. I don't know, I don't know who this person. A lovely Seven Leaf. This is a new person. Let's raid her. Okay, so we're gonna raid this individual. Being kind to her. and we'll come back in the future. Just waiting patiently.